Leave the best till the end, as we used to say. Today we have a very nice program, kind of symposium and workshop. It's about effectiveness in healthcare leadership. Symposium and workshop, as I told you. But without any more further delay, let's hear first to a recitation of Holy Quran, and then I will leave the floor to Dr. Amal Shira to talk about the whole program and to start to introduce the presenter of the first session. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تفضل يا فندم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم.
آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين.
أعوذ بالله من
صدقت ربنا وبلغت رسلك وإنا على ذلك
آمن
لمن
الرسول
الشاهدين.
بما
Now, dear friends and colleagues, it gives me pleasure to introduce our beloved director, mentor, teacher, sister, mother for the young generation, Dr. Amal Shira. حبيبتي دي أقل حاجة والله.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Faqiyah, last day in the Faqiyah Symposium or Congress, the first one in Faqiyah history. We are going to end the journey that started at the beginning of this week with a very important topic about leadership. And we have here well-recognized leaders to speak about the journey of leadership in healthcare. We know for a fact the challenges that faces the healthcare sector globally. So we are going to tackle some points related to those challenges. We are going to start with the first session today, which is reshaping the future of healthcare leadership, where I'm going to moderate. And the first session with us is going to be with Dr. المؤتمر Qutbi, who is going to speak about 2030 vision healthcare transformation. Dr. Qutbi has a very wealthy experience for more than 10 years and substantial experience, and he accomplished a lot of project management. He is a mindful leader and strategist where he started his journey as a head of chronic disease and diabetes in the Ministry of Health, then later as a director of project management office in the Ministry of Health. Later he became the director of Royal Protocol clinics in the Royal Clinics of His Majesty, and currently he is holding the position as a Director of Vision Realization Office and a Director of Transformation Management Office. Dr. Qutbi has a bachelor degree of medicine, bachelor of surgery, and also holds the Master of Healthcare Administration and another Master in Business Administration. Please join me to welcome Dr. المؤتمر Qutbi for this presentation. He is going to be with us virtually. تفضل دكتور المؤتمر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا نبينا محمد وعلى آله والصلاة والسلام. إن شاء الله المحاضرة اليوم نتكلم عن 2030 Vision Healthcare Transformation أو التحول الصحي في ظل رؤية 2030. بنعرفكم أول، معكم أخوكم دكتور معتصم صالح كتبي، مدير مكتب تحقيق الرؤية ومدير إدارة التحول بالشؤون الصحية منطقة مكة المكرمة، طبيب حاصل على ماجستير إدارة الصحية التنفيذي Executive MHA وماجستير إدارة الأعمال MHA، برنامج القيادة في إدارة الصحية التنفيذي من جامعة هارفارد، شهادة محترف إدارة المشاريع PMP، شهادة إدارة المشاريع الصحية من جامعة هارفارد، والعديد من الشهادات التخصصية.
بس لحظة،
ايش هو التحول الصحي؟ في اي نظام في التحول، في اي نظام صحي، في اي هيلث كير سيستم، في عندنا 3 بيلرز او 3 كورنر ستون. ايش هي هذه 3 كورنر ستون؟ عندنا المنظم، وعندنا مقدم الخدمه، وعندنا الممول. المنظم هو ادمنستريشن، مقدم الخدمه هو بروفايدر، والفاينانسنج اللي هو الممول. طيب القطاع الصحي قبل التحول كانت وزاره الصحه هي بتقوم بجميع هذه الوظائف، تقوم بجميع هذه الوظائف اللي هي الادمنستريشن والفاينانسنج وبروفايدر. القطاع الصحي بعد التحول في ظهرت نيو انتيتي جديده، زي عندنا التجمعات الصحيه وزي عندنا المركز الصحي للتامين. فانقسمت هذه الثلاث الوظائف، تم تجزئتها. فوزاره الصحه اصبحت مختصه فقط بالادمنستريشن او بالتنظيم، والبروفايدر او مقدم الخدمه صارت هم التجمعات الصحيه، والتمويل الفاينانسنج البير صار المركز الوطني للتامين الصحي. طيب ما هي مكاتب تحقيق الرؤيه؟ لازم نفرق بين الفي ار اوز والفي ار بيز. الفي ار اوز اللي هي فيجواليزيشن اوفيس اللي هي مكاتب تحقيق الرؤيه، والفي ار بيز هذه الفيجواليزيشن بروجرام. الفيجواليزيشن بروجرام هذه الفي ار بيز عباره عن 11 برنامج لبرامج تحقيق الرؤيه، وكلنا احنا عارفينها، واللي تختص منها وزاره الصحه تقريبا 4 برامج حنعرج عليها دحين وحنقول لكم عنها. لازم نعرف المستويات الحوكمه حقت رؤيه 2030. في عندنا اول مستوى طبعا الجهات العليا مجلس الوزراء، هذه بتحط التحديات او المطالب الجهات العليا، بتحط الاولويات الوطنيه. نيجي بعدين عندنا في المستوى الثاني بنحط اللي هي عندك المكتب اداره الاستراتيجيه اللي يسموه استراتيجيك مانجمنت اوفيس، هذا هو بيحدد برامج تحقيق الرؤيه. بعدين نيجي للمستوى الثالث اللي هو مكاتب تحقيق الرؤيه الموجوده في الوزارات والجهات الحكوميه التي تقوم بتنفيذ هذه البرامج. فمكاتب تحقيق الرؤيه هي بتترجم الرؤيه الى اهداف ومبادرات ليتم تنفيذها. زي ما قلنا هنا في عندنا 4 برامج في ار بيز اللي هو برنامج تحول القطاع الصحي، وبرنامج التخصيص، وبرنامج تطوير الصناعه والخدمات اللوجستيه، وبرنامج خدمه ضيوف الرحمن. هذه ال4 برامج احنا في وزاره الصحه بنحقق مستهدفاتها من خلال تنفيذ هذه المبادرات. طيب ايش هي مبادرات وبرامج التحول لمكتب تحقيق الرؤيه؟ مكتب تحقيق الرؤيه في وزاره الصحه بيشتغل على عدد من المبادرات. عندنا اول شيء التحول المؤسسي، نموذج الرعايه الصحيه الحديث والكوربوراتيزيشن، عندنا الجفرنس الحوكمه، عندنا برنامج شراء الخدمات اللي هو فاب، عندنا مشاركه القطاع الخاص PSP برايفت سيكتور بارتيسيبيشن، عندنا القوى العامله للورك فورس والصحه الالكترونيه هيلث. هنعرج برضو على جميع هذه البرامج واحده واحده. طيب اول شيء نبدا بالتحول المؤسسي. التحول المؤسسي هو عمليه فصل الجهات المقدمه للخدمات الصحيه عن الجهات المنظمه والمموله. طيب وزاره الصحه زي ما قلنا في اول المحاضره، وزاره الصحه كانت تقوم بجميع الادوار. حاليا لا، وزاره الصحه فقط تفرغت لموضوع الادمنستريشن. طيب هذه عندنا الحته اللي فوق هذه التجمعات الصحيه او رحله تحول التجمعات الصحيه، واللي تحت رحله تحول المديريه. يعني عندنا اول شيء لما نيجي هي حتمر ب 6 مايلستون. اول مايلستون بالنسبه للتجمعات الصحيه في عندنا القرار الوزاري الأول. إيش هو القرار الوزاري الأول؟ القرار الوزاري الأول يختص بإنشاء التجمع الصحي وتسمية رئيس المجلس الاستشاري وأعضاء المجلس الاستشاري. بمعنى إنه في القرار الوزاري الأول يتم إنشاء التجمع الصحي، ومن ثم يتعين البورد والتشيرمان أوف ذا بورد. عندنا مايلستون ثاني في التجمع الصحي، عندنا يتم تعيين السي او اللي هو الرئيس التنفيذي مع السي سويت. في المايلستون الثالث بالنسبة للتجمع الصحي يتم تعيين الفريق التنفيذي. في المايلستون الرابع في عندنا لجنة التخطيط. لجنة التخطيط هذه من أهم ما تقوم به. عندنا 2 years operational plan وكمان 5 years strategic plan. طيب خلال هذه المرحلة في لجنة التخطيط ما يقابلها في المديرية لازم يكون في alignment بين المديرية وبين وزارة الصحة وبين التجمعات الصحية. يعني ما يصير انهم يحطوا هم خططهم دون الرجوع الينا، فيتم اشراك 2 من ذوي الخبرة من المديرية الشؤون الصحية لحضور لجنة التخطيط والاستماع لما يكون فيها عشان يكون في alignment. بعد الخطة الاستراتيجية نيجي هنا عندنا انتقال المهام. ايش هي انتقال المهام؟ انتقال المهام الإدارات والمهام اللي بتقدم خدمة في المديرية بيتم انتقالها للتجمع الصحي، لأنه زي ما قلنا خلاص المديرية أو وزارة الصحة ما عاد صارت بتقدم الخدمة، فجميع الإدارات المرتبطة بتقديم الخدمة يتم انتقالها عن طريق محاضر رسمية يتم توقيعها بين الطرفين بإشراف مكتب تحقيق الرؤية في الوزارة. يتم بعدين التجمع الصحي هو اللي بيدير هذه الإدارات وهذه العملية. نيجي في الأخير بعدين في عندنا هنا في المديرية عندنا القرار الوزاري، احنا بنسميه MR3، القرار الوزاري الثالث، وهو ما يخول المديرية بالعمل على الهيكل الجديد، بنسميه الهيكل الجديد اسمه هيكل الشركات RSD 2.0. والآن برضو احنا هنوريكم ايش هو RSD 2.0. طيب ايش هي المهام الجديدة للمديريات او وزارة الصحة؟ عندنا رسم السياسات واستراتيجيات والتخطيط، التنظيم والإشراف، وإدارة الأداء. طيب هذا الهيكل التنظيمي لأحد مديريات الشؤون الصحية في المناطق القديم، ممكن نشوف فيه تقريبا أكثر من 90 إدارة. في الهيكل الجديد اللي دحين حنشوفه عندنا عدد من الإدارات تم انتقالها إلى التجمع الصحي، فخلاص ما حتكون موجودة في الهيكل الجديد حق المديريات، وعدد من برضو الإدارات تم دمجها في إدارة واحدة. هذا الهيكل الجديد اللي الآن الهيكل التنظيمي مديرية الشؤون الصحية اسمه RHD 2.0، واللي هو حق المرحلة الانتقالية. بنلاحظ أنه مدير عام الشؤون الصحية عنده تقريبا 7 مساعدين للتخطيط وتحفيز الاستثمار، للجودة ومراقبة المخرجات، للصحة العامة، للالتزام، للدعم المساند، للأزمات والكوارث الصحية، ولتجربة المستفيد. طيب لو نيجي هنا عندنا عند الالتزام في الهيكل الجديد، في الهيكل القديم كانت عبارة عن إدارة صغيرة، لكن فيما يخص دحين المرحلة الانتقالية ل RHD 2.0 صارت إدارة كبيرة وتتبع لها عدد من الإدارات. نيجي مثلا للدعم المساند. الدعم المساند حصل ميرج ل4 إدارات كبيرة في الهيكل السابق. عندنا المساعد للتموين، والمساعد للشؤون الهندسية، والمساعد للموارد البشرية، والمساعد للIT، كلهم حاليا في الهيكل الجديد أصبحوا تحت الدعم المساند. ونيجي برضو هنا للتراخيص. التراخيص زي ما احنا عارفين في القطاع الخاص أي مستشفى أو أي مركز طبي يبقى يفتح لازم يروح عند التراخيص. برضو في نهاية التحول مو الآن، في نهاية التحول التجمعات الصحية لو تبغى تفتح أي مركز صحي لازم تمر عند التراخيص وتاخذ التراخيص منه، فيتم معاملتها كمعاملة القطاع الخاص. طبعا هنا الشركة القابضة في عندها بزنس يونت في الغربية وفي المنطقة الجنوبية وفي المنطقة الوسطى وفي المنطقة الشرقية وفي المنطقة الشمالية. والتجمعات الصحية طبعا بتتكون من مراكز رعاية صحية أولية ومستشفيات عامة ومستشفيات تخصصية. والتجمع الصحية تخدم تقريبا 1 مليون population plus or minus. هذا الACO journey اللي هي رحلة التحول لمنظمات الرعاية المسؤولة بالنسبة للتجمعات الصحية. في عندنا 5 جيتس لازم يمر بها التجمع الصحي عشان يكون فول ماتيور، يوصل للماتيوريتي. طبعا كل جيتس لها مدة معينة ولها requirement معينة، فالتجمع الصحي should meet all the requirement عشان ينتقل من جيت لجيت. هذا الريكوايرمنت حقت الجيتس من جيتس لجيتس. طيب نيجي حاليا عند برنامج الضمان الصحي وشراء الخدمات. صدر أمر السامي لإنشاء برنامج الضمان الصحي وشراء الخدمات في 2019، وصدرت الموافقة من قبل مجلس الوزراء على تنظيم مركز التأمين الصحي الوطني. وممكن نقول إنه البرنامج والمركز هما وجهان لعملة واحدة. المنتج النهائي في الأخير هو مركز التأمين الوطني الذي يقوم بعملية التمويل أو شراء الخدمة الصحية، يعني هو اللي حيأمن على المواطنين. ولازم نعرف إنه المركز غير ربحي، لازم نحط تحت ربحي هذه 10 خطوط. وهذا المركز بيهدف إلى استدامة التمويل الصحي ورفع كفاءة الخدمات الصحية. طيب كيف؟ زمان الميزانيات كانت بتروح للمديريات وبعدين بتروح للمستشفيات، وسواء تم تقديم الخدمة للمواطن أو لا بيتم الدفع. الآن لا، المواطن مأمن عليه، فكل مواطن بيدخل المستشفى بياخذ الخدمة في المستشفى وبتترفع الفاتورة زي القطاع الخاص. هيكون في ريمبيرسمنت وفي ريفينيو سايكل وفي كل الحاجات هذه. وطبعا حيكون يتم الدفع عن طريق الفاليو بيست كير سيستم. بعدين في عندنا هذا مركز التأمين، هذه رؤية مركز التأمين الوطني. طبعا مركز التأمين الوطني حاليا هو بيدخل في علاقات تعاقدية مع التجمعات الصحية لشراء وتمويل الخدمات الصحية للمستفيدين. طبعا هي رحلة طويلة تبدأ بتوقيع، حاليا تم توقيع عقود تجريبية مع التجمعات الصحية لمدة سنة لها مستهدفات معينة. طبعا الهدف منها بناء طرق التواصل والتعامل مع التجمعات، والهدف الآخر برضو مقدم الخدمة يصبح أكثر وعي بالتجربة للألمان بالطرفين لأنها تجربة جديدة عليه. آلية شراء الخدمة طبعا حتكون عن طريق الريسك ادجستمنت كابيتيشن. ايش هو الريسك ادجستمنت كابيتيشن؟ ببساطة هو مبلغ لكل مستفيد متغير بحسب العوامل للمستفيد من حيث العمر والأمراض المزمنة. وطبعا كل ما كانت الرعاية استباقية كل ما كان هو أكثر فعالية. فيما يخص الرؤية حقت مركز التأمين الوطني، في عندنا تشغيل نظام التعاقد فعال مع مقدمي خدمات صحية، تشغيل الفعال لمادة الدفع، تمكين فرص التحسين في منظومة الرعاية، تعريف كافة المستفيدين، خدمة المنافع الصحية للإسنشال هيلث باكجز. طيب نيجي حاليا عند نموذج الرعاية الصحية الحديث. ايش في تحديات واجهتنا لخلق هذا النموذج. بعض من التحديات انه عندنا تقريبا 75% من البوبيوليشن ما بيسووا فحوصات منتظمه، في عندنا 60% زياده في الوزن، وفي عندنا 60% انخفاض في النشاط البدني، في عندنا تقريبا 18% من البوبيوليشن مدخنين. طيب نموذج الرعايه الصحيه هو عباره عن 6 مسارات، يتكون من 6 مسارات. ال6 مسارات هذه تضم أكثر من 40 مبادرة، 40 بالضبط هي 42 انيشيتيف، محورها كلها صحة الفرد. نبدأ بالرعاية الوقائية أو الكيب ويل. الكيب ويل عبارة عن نظام متكامل للحفاظ على صحة الفرد وتحسين نمط الحياة للمجتمع ووصول الرعاية إلى المدارس وأماكن العمل والأحياء. يعني ما حنقعد بس فقط في المراكز الصحية، إنما نحاول إننا نوصل يكون في إيزي أكسس. طيب الرعاية العاجلة. الرعاية العاجلة طبعا تساعد على مواجهة المشاكل الطارئة ووصول الحالات الحرجة إلى الجهات الصحيحة في أسرع وقت، اللي احنا نسميها الارجنت كير. عندنا الرعاية الاختيارية اللي هي البلانت كير، تهدف إلى الحصول على أفضل النتائج للعمليات المقدرة مسبقا وتقليل فترات الانتظار. عندنا رعاية النساء والأطفال اللي هي السيف بيرث بنسميها، تكون تهدف إلى رعاية المرأة من مراحل مبكرة من ما قبل الزواج وما قبل وأثناء الحمل، والحصول على ولادة آمنة، وتقديم الرعاية لما بعد الولادة لها وللطفل. رعاية الأمراض المزمنة الكرونيك ديزيز هي تقديم الدعم والمساندة للتعايش مع المرض، واستخدام التطبيقات للحصول على معلومة واستشارة مختصة. والرعاية التلطيفية آخر شيء عندنا بتقدم العناية الطبية والنفسية والجانب الروحاني للمريض وذويه في مراحل المرض المتأخرة. طيب هذه عندنا دحين هنا عندنا الكيب ويل وتحتها الانيشيتيف حقها، والبلانت كير والانيشيتيف حقتها، السيف بيرث والارجنت والكرونيك كير واللاست فيز. هذه المبادرات احنا بنسميها الكروس كاتنج، او هي المتداخله مع الست المسارات الرئيسيه. عندنا الهيلث ان اول بوليسيز، الفيرتشوال سيلف كير تولز، والهيلث هوت لاين سيرفيس، والهيلث ليفنج كامبين، سكول اديوكيشن بروجرام، والانهانس برايمري هيلث كير واحده من اهم المبادرات، والانهانس هوم كير سيرفيس برضه واحده من اهم المبادرات في الكروس كاتنج الموديل اوف كير. طيب نيجي عند برنامج مشاركة القطاع الخاص اللي احنا بنسميه البي اس بي Private Sector Participation. طيب ايش الهدف من البرنامج Private Sector Participation؟ هو زيادة مشاركة القطاع الخاص في تقديم الخدمة الصحية من 25% حاليا إلى 35%. طيب ايش اهم الاهداف حقت هذا البرنامج؟ هي الاستدامة المالية وتوفير الخدمة والوصول لها. طيب زمان كانت المشاريع التي يتم تنفيذها عن طريق المنافسات الحكومية، نضرب مثال مثلا لو نبي نعمل المشروع 100 سرير، حطينا له ميزانية رأس مالية الكابكس الكابيتال اكسبنديتشر تقريبا 100 مليون. طيب والاوبكس اللي هو الاوبريشن اكسبنديتشر نقول مثلا 20 مليون، وخلاص جات الاعتمادات وبدأنا في تنفيذ المستشفى. حصلت بعض التحديات مثلا زي حاليا مثلا في تضخم، ارتفعت الاسعار، فالجانب الرأسمالي زاد، التكاليف زادت علينا. طيب ايش نسوي؟ حنطلب من وزارة المالية دعم. عبال ما يجي هذا الدعم يعني تيكس تايم تقريبا، يعني حيتاخر الموضوع للمستشفى ده من سنة لسنتين، فحيكون في تأخير حاصل. طيب ايش الحل؟ الحل في الترابل بيز. ايش الترابل بيز؟ اللي هي الببليك برايفت بارتنرشيب. نقول للقطاع الخاص تعال يا قطاع خاص نبغاك تعمل لنا المستشفى دي 100 سرير بالمبلغ المتفق عليه خلال مدة عقد معينة. مثلا نقول لو خلال مثلا 20 سنة أو 30 سنة يتم تحديد العقد، وما حياخذ مستحقاته القطاع الخاص إلا بعد تسليم المستشفى. طيب بعد تسليم المستشفى وبعد تشغيل المستشفى يتم تحصيل مبلغ العقد على مدة كامل العقد. يعني لو كانت على 20 سنة ياخذ مستحقاته على 20 سنة، لو كان العقد على 30 سنة ياخذ على 30 سنة. طب ياخذها على ايش؟ ياخذها بناء على توفير خدمة وعلى عدد من الكي بي ايز المؤشرات الأداء المعتمدة. نيجي هنا هذه رحلة التخصيص تبدأ من هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق عن طريق نعمل شيء اسمه النيد اسسمنت ريبورت أو نسميه الفايل 1. لما نطلع النيد اسسمنت ريبورت هذا بيروح على الوركينج تيم. الوركينج تيم ده عبارة عن عدد من الجهات تشترك فيه. وزارة الصحة ممثلة في مكتب تحقيق الرؤية برنامج مشاركة القطاع الخاص، مع المركز الوطني للتخصيص، مع عدد من الاستشاريين يشتغلوا على الكونسبت ريبورت بنسميه الفايل 2 و 3. بعدين بيصير الاي او اي، بعدين في عندنا الريكوست فور كوتيشن، بعدين الريكوست فور بروبوزل. طيب ايش هي مبادرات مشاركة القطاع الخاص؟ من اهمها عندنا الرعاية الأولية والرعاية طويلة الأمد والرعاية المنزلية وطب الأشعة والمختبرات. طيب برنامج القوى العاملة من أهم البرامج طبعا رأس المال البشري، وهو من أهم مقومات رحلة التحول للمحافظة على رأس المال البشري وتمكينه. نيجي هنا عندنا زي ما قلنا احنا ذكرنا في الموديل اوف كير، في عندنا 6 باث واي وفي عندنا عديد من المبادرات. طيب مين اللي حيشتغل على هذه المبادرات؟ هذه كلها مبادرات جديده وما نقول نظام صحي جديد، انما يعني النموذج الرعايه الصحيه الحديث ما كان فيه قبل كده. ففي عندنا 29 رولز او 29 ما نقول وظيفه، مثلا نقول جوب ديسكريبشن تم انشائها عشان ندعم الموديل اوف كير. زي هنا عندنا مثلا في الكروس كاتنج في عندنا كيس مانجر، في عندنا كوست كوردينيتور، مثلا عندنا في الارجنت كير في عندنا الريسورس كنترول سنتر كوردينيتور. ففي عندنا وظائف تم خلقها، زي عندنا كلينيكال كودينج والكلينيكال كوستنج. هذه كلها ما كانت موجوده عندنا في وزاره الصحه، وانما حاليا في عندنا برامج بتاهل الموظفين عشان يشغلوا هذه الوظائف ويتم تشغيل الموديل اوف كير. طيب برنامج الصحة الإلكترونية، أكيد ما في أحد مننا في الجوال حقه ما شاف الابلكيشنات. هذه ابلكيشنات تطبيق موعد، تطبيق صحتي، كلنا هذه عبارة عن منتجات نهائية من مبادرة الصحة الإلكترونية. كلنا شفنا كيف كانت تخدمنا في الفترة السابقة وحاليا. أهم منتج في هذه المبادرة، أو ممكن نقول الفاينل بروتكت، هي منصة نفيس، وهذه بالشراكة بين مجلس الضمان الصحي ووزارة الصحة. طبعا هي لها ذراعين، مالي للمطالبات وصحي. وواحدة من أهم الديليفربلز الصراحة اللي سووها هذه المبادرة هي الانفراستراكشر. الانفراستراكشر اللي نيجي نتكلم في المراكز الصحية، المراكز الصحية كانفراستراكشر للاي تي كانت الصراحة يعني كانت تحت التطلعات. حاليا يعني اكثر من 78% او 80% من السكان لديهم رقم ملف صحي موحد موجود في المراكز الصحيه. هذا الستيك هولدر حقون منصه نفيس. هذه بعد المبادرات برضو اللي عندنا مبادرة الصحة الإلكترونية بتقوم بها. عندنا التيلي اي سي يو والسيلف كير تولز، فيرتشوال كلينيك بلاتفورم، والريموت بيشنت مونيتورنج اللي هي الار بي ام. وفي عندنا برضو الارتفيشال انتليجنس فور كلينيكال ديسيجن سبورت. طيب المخرجات النهائية للتحول زي ما قلنا انه تكون وزارة الصحة هي الجهة المنظمة والتشريعية والرقابية للقطاع الصحي. الجمعية الصحية هي شركة مملوكة للدولة ستقوم بتقديم الخدمات الصحية، وسيكون هناك تأمين على المواطنين، وأنظمة البحث ستكون عن طريق النتائج والمخرجات. شكرا جزيلا. لو في أي أسئلة جاهزين للرد.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور معتصم كتبي على هذه الإضافة الرائعة. الحقيقة أنا في البداية أحب أسأل شوية أسئلة قبل ما أفتح المجال للزملاء هنا للسؤال. ذكرتم في محاضرتكم القيمة أن الانتقال التجمع الصحي من فيز إلى فيز يحتاج بعض الوقت. من يراقب هذا التحول أو هذا الانتقال من فيز إلى آخر؟ وهل هناك فترة زمنية لهذا الانتقال من فيز إلى فيز آخر أو هو متروك للتجمع؟
لا، زي ما قلنا لو تشوفوا سلايد، الانتقال من فيز لفيز او من جيت لجيت محدد بمده معينه، ويتم مراقبتها عن طريق شركه الصحه القابضه وعن طريق البزنس يونت او وحدات الاعمال الموجوده في المناطق. يعني مثلا لو قلنا التجمع الصحي حق جده بده ينتقل من جيت 1 لجيت 2، اللي حيراقب عليه البزنس يونت اللي في المنطقه الغربيه، نسميه الدبليو بي يونت.
هل سيتم الإعلان عن الانتقال النهائي متى حيكون؟ في أي فترة، في أي سنة، في أي يوم؟
والله حاليا يعني هي كل منطقة شغالة. يعني في مناطق بدأت من أول، في مناطق لسه بتبدأ، في مناطق لسه في مثلا في في منتصف المرحله. فصراحه ممكن هذا عن طريق مكتب تحقيق الرؤيه في الوزاره هو اللي ممكن يعني يصرح بحاجه زي كده. احنا هنا في المناطق ما عندنا الصراحه معلومه كافيه.
تمام. بالنسبه لبرنامج مشاركه القطاع الخاص، ألا ترون معي أن فترة المشاركة أو البروسيس نفسه بروسيس طويل نوعا ما؟ يعني القطاع الخاص قطاع ربحي، ما حيجمد رأس المال تبعه ل5-10 سنين حتى تعمل المستشفى. ما تعتقدوا أن احنا ممكن نسرع البروسيس هذا أو نخليه efficient أكثر؟
هذا اللي هو هذا نظام الترابل بي معمول به عالميا. ما يعني المستحقات بتندفع على كامل مدة العقد، بس نفس مرحلة التخصيص كانت تاخذ تقريبا 1380 يوم، حاليا بتاخذ فقط 18 شهر.
طيب أنا أفتح المجال للأسئلة للسادة الحضور. مين عنده سؤال؟ Any question؟ سؤال دكتور؟ ما في أسئلة؟ طيب أشكر دكتور معتصم كتبي رئيس مكتب تحول للرؤية في وزارة الصحة على هذه الإضافة الرائعة، وإن شاء الله بالتوفيق، وكلنا نعمل في نهاية الأمر لمصلحة الوطن. شكرا لكم.
يعطيكم العافية. شكرا لكم.
ننتقل الآن إلى محاضرتنا التالية، والتي نتشرف فيها بحضور بروفيسور أيمن أسعد عبدو, who is the Senior Vice President of Faqih Care Group and the CEO for Dr. Sulaiman Faqih Hospital in Riyadh. Prof. Ayman Abdu has a wealthy and a very great career plan that started since he joined the college as a student for medicine, and then he started his journey into being one of the remarkable leaders in the history of our Ministry of Health. Prof. Ayman has more than 110 publications and peer review journals. He has he obtained his medical degree from King Saud University, and then he got his Canadian board in internal medicine, and then the American board in the gastroenterologist and hepatology, and his fellowship in hepatology and liver transplantation in the University of Calgary in 2003. He is a consultant of gastroenterologist and hepatology in King Abdulaziz University. He started over there, and he has a very rich administrative experience both in the academic and medical fields, where he acquired so many high positions in the Ministry of Health. Please join me to welcome Prof. Ayman Abdu.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صباح الخير. Why are you all scared كذا؟ Cannot get نقربهم شوية يا أمل؟ It's hard to talk about leadership when there is like a couple of meters away. طيب صباح الخير جميعا، وشكرا جزيلا أم حسام على الدعوة الكريمة. يعني it's a great honor and pleasure. Do you mind if I stay here؟ في مشكلة؟ ما في مشكلة. طيب بسم الله. كل مرة أجي جدة يجي مطر، ما أدري هذا is a good thing ولا it's a bad thing ولا. I bring rain with me. You heard the vision of 2030, a lot of details about it. Do you think we're going to sleep and wake up and find things happen? You'll sleep and wake up and find 2030 here. Yeah, that's going to happen. بس إنه شكرا. تسلم. لكن do you think إنه this is going to happen on its own? Definitely not, huh? It's a lot of work that needs to be done. This work is going to be done by whom? By us, by people. And people are motivated, are supported, are directed by leaders. This is probably why Dr. Amal put this topic in the beginning of this very important workshop. We are going to need a lot of leaders, and we are going to need a lot of great leaders in order to achieve this. This is not going to be an easy thing. So on this part or the whole 2030 part. فlet me بس كده يعني أتأكد إنه إحنا we're talking about the same thing. الناس اللي قاعدة ورا, what is leadership? I know there's a workshop today, but maybe يعني we can take a couple of opinions. What is leadership? Lead the people. I love that. So lead the people. So it's a people process. So that's a very important thing. Maybe a better word to يعني you said leadership is lead, but what is leading أصلا? What is it? Enable, follow. إذن إيش هو? Influence. Leadership is about influence. How can I influence you? How can I have an effect on you towards, enable you towards a common goal? That's all what leadership is about. طبعا في هنا experts of leadership, I have to be careful يعني. But I don't care about what academicians say about leadership. I'm not an academician anymore. وش رأيك؟ خلاص كفرنا بالله. Leadership is about influence. If I can influence you all to drink a specific coffee today, that is leadership. That is influence. So it's really about influence. All the other definitions come around that area. Enablement, leading people, believing in people, pushing people to a common goal. طيب, so the question today is, what is a great leader? Who is a great leader? What makes a great leader? واقتراحي اليوم مجرد يعني it's a suggestion that we use somebody that we all love and admire and look up to as an example or as a role model for great leadership. I'm going to use the Sumu Sayyidi Wali al-Ahd for a reason, because the topic we talked about now is 2030, and we're going to try to see if we can learn leadership from this great role model of all of us. طيب. Does anybody disagree that this is the most important and a very important quality of leaders? I want you to just relax and try to think about this. Leaders are the people who can look ahead. They look at the big picture. And that is one of the more important parts, differentiating between a typical leader and a typical manager. Managers usually are more into details, more into processes, more into KPIs, outcomes, more project managers. They are good people. لأنه دائما السلايد الشهيرة حقت leader versus manager ridicules the manager. احنا leaders into managers. No. Leadership without management is useless. Huh? And there is no single line. Every great leader is a good manager. And every good manager can be a good leader. But these are different roles. We have to admit, these are different roles. And there are people who are better in management, and there are people who are better in leadership. But classically, leaders are the ones that look ahead. نطبق. إحنا دولة, we are a country which is dependent on oil. What's going to happen to oil? It's going to vanish. Some smart guy is going to find an alternative. Something's going to happen. So we have a problem. So our vision 2030 through our great leader is looking forward. What's going to happen to this region, to this country in 30 years, in 50 years? That is leadership. طيب. The other piece of vision is what am I good at? إيش عندي الآن أنا مصادر قوة? So I have beautiful beaches. I have great people. I have الحرمين الشريفين. I have a very strategic location. I have. So that is leadership. What strengths do I have? What does the world need? What are the trends? Can I create the future? What are people saying about line? Crazy, too ambitious, never gonna happen. Do anybody of you have doubt that it will happen? It will happen in our lifetime. Why? Because you are creating the need. وهذه أنا حاجة تعلمتها من أستاذ تامر الآن هنا. يعني أنت you could think about things, but you could create the needs. You could create the business. You could create the need for the business. When you discover a جوال معين وله شاحن, you have created the business of the شاحن by creating the business of the جوال, creating the future. لما تشوفه جالس معاك الليدر دائما he's talking about the future. إيش اللي هيصير؟ كيف إحنا بعد 5 سنين؟ How are we going to look back in 10 years? They are not looking about the past. They don't look under their feet. They look above. They are great in going up to the البلكونة. They look at the big picture. Leaders are big picture individuals. Passion, شغف. Leaders are on fire. ما في leader كده جالس يعني شو إن شاء الله. They are on fire. They have passion. It's burning in them. نشوف الأمير محمد كيف. He works day and night. His mind is always active. He is always on the run, on the go. Passion. ما في leadership without passion. This is critical. يعني الله عز وجل يقول النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فلعلك باخع نفسك. يعني أنت you're about to kill yourself من كتر الباشن اللي موجود عندك ها. فpassion is a very critical piece of leadership. When you sit with them, they're inspiring. They inspire you. تحس كده إنه there is some kind of an infection, a good infection that comes to you. You get inspired. When you leave them, you feel energized. You feel optimistic. You feel hopeful. Do you agree? Think as long as I'm talking, think of the best leader that you've ever met. It could be your father, it could be your teacher, it could be your HR director, I don't know. It could be anybody. So vision and passion is critical. You cannot be a leader without vision and without passion. Courage. شوفوا كيف نط هذه نطة؟ يعني هو هيوصل ولا ما هيوصل؟ ما هيوصل؟ ما نعرف. Leaders are risk takers. They're courageous. ودائما المقولة المشهورة إذا ما هو مجموعة if not enough people told you you're crazy then you're not ambitious enough صح؟ فراحوا قالوا نفتح مستشفى في الرياض. قالوا مجانين أنتوا تفتحوا مستشفى في الرياض. فقلنا أنا والدكتور قلنا نروح إن شاء الله. you have to look crazy. Somebody has to tell you you are crazy. If nobody has ever told you you are crazy, this is not a great ambition. صح؟ It has to be amazing. It has to be. فالقادة عندهم شجاعة. يعني شوفوا مثلا المواقف اللي مرت فيها المملكة العربية السعودية والمنطقة والعالم. مواقف صعبة جدا ومن غير ذكر التفاصيل. You can see the courage in our leadership. And in this particular great leader, there is courage. You have to take risk. Calculated risk طبعا. Vision, passion, courage are very, very critical, important. مين اللي قال people, leading people, enabling people? We have to stop here, صح؟ لأنه leadership is all about people. Leadership is all about people. You can have the right vision, you can have the right passion, you can have everything you like. But when you say leader, نفس الكلمة مرتبطة ب somebody you are going to lead. when you say leader, طبعا الدكتورة سمر هنا الدوبة جاية من كورنيل عاملة leadership كافة يعني مشي ها؟ لا بس يعني لما أقول قائد يعني في شخص هي ما شاء الله عليه هي أصلا ما تحتاج كورنيل من قبل كورنيل. لما نقول قائد معناته في أحد يعني is following. leadership is about people. It's about people management. people management شوفوا كيف هذول. So directing people, and this happens to be a female طبعا I can know from the from the nails. She is leading people to a goal, and look at how excited they are and happy. هذا شكلهم يعني she's giving him some medication ولا حاجة متحمسين بزيادة. This picture actually demonstrates leadership, people process. So you're pointing people towards a common goal and they're excited. They feel as if they are the ones who brought the ideas. So great leaders lead people to goals, and people feel these are their goals, these are their activities, these are their opinions. فأنا قسمتها لثلاثة أقسام. First piece is communication. So great leaders are great communicators by default. ترى هذا كل اللي قاعد أقوله basics، يعني هذا 101، فأعتقد ما في عليه خلاف، أو this is not a technique أو model أو فكرة. This is basics زي يعني basic. So if you cannot communicate, you're not a great leader. So great leaders can communicate the vision. Can communicate the vision. Think about all the greaters around you. They are able to convince you. They are able to affect you. They are able to grab your heart. They are able to shake your mind, change your beliefs through effective communication. And by default, if they are great communicators, they are great listeners. All great leaders are great listeners. They can listen, they can understand empathically. They listen empathically. What else? They can manage teams. They can create teams. They can empower teams. لذلك the great leaders are great coaches. حنشوف كيف المدرب يحط اللاعبين يوزعهم يقدم واحد يأخر واحد. That is leadership. Who is the best person for this job? In a startup situation, the skills and the needs are different than a stable organization. At times of stress and pressure, there are people who are better than people at times of leisure or like relaxation. Who goes where and who does what, ومين بدأ يتعب ومين يبغى يروح إجازة ومين على وشك يحترق ومين لا ومين لسه فيه ومين. This management is leadership. Leaders can manage teams and can manage talent. Leaders can know إنه هذا عبد الرحمن, there is something here. I can see through him. فزي ما هم they can see the future, they can see through people. طيب؟ لا تصدق يعني بس ترى هذا مثال يعني. لا والله ما شاء الله عليك ما شاء الله عليك. أنت already leader يعني. the way they can look at the future, they can look through you. They can find the seed and they can invest in it. Is that clear? This is critical. طيب. فتجلس مع الشخص كده أول ما تخرج يقول لك this guy هذا ينفعنا في كذا. This guy you know what إذا حطيته مع فلان they will grow. هذا الشخص بس دخله في التيم الفلاني he is going to grow. This management of people and talent is critical. So communication, team management, talent management. Critical skills for every leader. قربنا. This is very, very important. Leaders, great leaders, walk the talk. They're honest. كل الناس تعرف القائد الكذاب. صح؟ They might follow you for 1 day or 2 days or 3 days, بس بعد وقت they will discover that there is something wrong. صح؟ Great leaders are the first to take the blame أو to take responsibility. مش لما تجي الأمور تطين تلاقي هرب أو يقول لك هم اللي ما يفهموا. ها؟ they are honest. They take responsibility. They take blame. When there is victory, they give credit to the team. When there is failure, they take responsibility. They are credible. Huh? They walk the talk. يعني أسوأ شيء يحصل إنك أنت تشوف الناس. يعني في مقولة على مارادونا بما إنه يعني الأرجنتين فايزوا يعني نبغى نشجعهم شوية. في لوحة موجودة في واحدة من المدن في الأرجنتين إنه يقول لك dear Diego, we don't care about what you did in your own life. We care about what you did in our lives. But that's not true. People really care about what you do in your life. If you are a bad role model, it's very hard for you to become a leader. It's very hard. أنا قاعد أنظر عن يعني الصدق، وكل الناس اللي حولي عارفين أن أنا كذاب. أنا قاعد أنظر عن الباشن، وكل الناس عارفين أن أنا أجي آخر واحد وأمشي آخر واحد وكلام يعني. People will discover very quickly if you're authentic, if you're genuine, or if you're fake. And most charismatic, very high shine leaders are fake. Great leaders are humble. Great leaders are simple. Great leaders are down to earth. فاللي فيكم قرأ Good to Great, very important book, you can realize that most effective leaders in the last 20 years are simple people, are servant leaders. ويمكن هيتكلموا اليوم في بقية اليوم عن المودلز of leadership وفي نظريات وفي كلام. The most effective model is servant leader, bringing the right people, empowering them, and tell them how can I help you, how can I support you. أما أنا فاهم وأنا اللي عارف وأنا اللي هقول لكم وتعالوا لي وأنا will inspire you، هذا انتهى. نموذج الكاريزماتيك leader, it led most organizations to disaster. So credibility, 2 more minutes. Resource allocations. Leaders know how to manage their own time and the time of others. أنا أعرف إنه بيان مثلاً أفضل شيء لاستغلال وقتها إني أحطها هنا مش هنا. ليش؟ لأنه الشغلة هذه في 5 زيها يعرفوا يسووها، بينما الشغلة هذه هي الوحيدة تقدر تسويها. They manage the resources, the space. They manage space, they manage time, they manage money. They know where to put the dollar. A very famous story, إذا تسمحي لي دكتور عمل دقيقة.
تفضل دكتور.
You know the planes used to come back from the war. بغض النظر على which war، يعني في Second World War I think. And they used to find that these planes are hit in specific locations. فجابوا الانجينيرز وقالوا إيش؟ We would like to enhance these areas. فجاء المهندس اللي ذكي في الريسورس allocation قال we should not enhance these areas, we should enhance the other areas. لأنه these planes were hit in these areas وما طاحت رجعت. معناته إنه في أماكن أخرى اللي لو انضربت فيها كانت هتطيح. This is the essence of resource allocation. It's not saving. Resource allocation is not saving. It's putting the right resources in the right place. So how do you manage your own time? How do you manage the time of the team? How do you manage space? How do you manage attention حتى is very critical. أظن آخر شيء أو قبل آخر شيء they are resilient. This is not going to be a walk in the park. أعتقد we all know that. Leadership is tough. It's difficult. There is أهواء الناس، ناس تحسد، ناس توقف، ناس non-believers, predictions. That thing that you jumped might be bigger than you thought, and you find yourself in the foul. So resilience and patience and persistence is very, very, very critical, because this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. It's a marathon. It doesn't end. You have to keep running. I got to توقف. You cannot stop. Last one is agility. Agility is a critical character of leaders, to be able to find alternative ways, to think, in a volatile way. وهنا the best يمكن example or the best advice is the one that's given by Bruce Lee. What does Bruce Lee say? شباب ايش يقول بروس لي؟ مالك في بروس لي؟ يقول لك my friend, be like water. Be like water. Water is the most agile. It will shape according to the shape. It's ready to move whenever the door is open. It has no color. It has no smell. It has no taste. It is very, very agile. هذه من جد آخر واحدة.
It's okay. You are ahead of time, so take your time.
At the end of time, leaders are balanced people. As you're going, as you're facing struggle, as you're becoming resilient, you are human in that. And the people around you are humans, believe it or not. So you need balance in your life. احنا الأمس كنا مع الدكتورة هبة قاعدين نناقش vacation or time off should be something that is rewarded, that is encouraged. Not made fun of or humiliated or punished or something that you have to plan and feel so bad about taking. That's not a positive culture. That's a toxic culture. Remember, this is a marathon. هذا ما هيخلص. دائما تتوقع انه بس انا الشهرين الجايه مضغوط. السنه هذه بس لانه تعرف ما هتخلص. It will never end. You have to stop and say, this 2 weeks of vacation is an investment. It's a positive thing. It's a way I recharge. It's a way I celebrate the great things I did and move to greater things. It is not a retreat. It is part of the game. It is part of the plan. تخيل نفسك انت الآن ما تنام. يعني سبحان الله إنسان يكون ميت يحط راسه في السرير almost dead. Next morning you open, you're fresh, you're creative, you're happy, as if you never had anything to be tired. تخيل انت الآن you're working without sleep. فكر فيها كذا يعني you lose creativity, you lose energy, you lose حتى temper, you become temper. أي ما عاد يقول لك تلاقي نفسك زعق علي. This is part of leadership because it is a marathon. This is very basic skills that great leaders have and learn and improve and keep trying and surround themselves with people who have weakness in some area or the other. Leadership is something that you can all learn. Leadership is not a title. Leadership is influence. The more you have influence, the more you have effect, the more that you can change reality, the more of a great leader. And nothing has changed our reality more than 2030 and more than Al-Amir Mohammed bin Salman. He has changed everything that we do in the last 5 years. That is influence. It is not about the title or the power or the money. It's about the influence. Can you change how life is going to look like in 5 years? The more you can change how life is in 5 years, the more leadership and influence you have. And the beginning is always today. Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I can keep it for the questions. Yeah. Thank you. That was very wonderful speech, I would say. Very inspiring and very refreshing for the morning. Let me ask you myself first things. We were talking about leadership and I would say some of the skills that or competencies that is needed for a leader. But we haven't even tackled the hinders that might be hold a leader out or hold her back. What are those challenges or main challenges or hinders?
I think it's people. That includes himself. يعني the first battle of leadership is inside. Think about it. It's inside because the ideas come from inside, the challenges come from inside. اليأس, التعب, الشك, التردد is all personal thing. So the first leadership battle is inside. So أول hinder هو نفسه. يفقد الأمل, his priority goes wrong, whatever. And then the people around you are people again, they might not believe in you, they might have different agendas, different ideas, different. فهو leadership is all about people. يعني the vision you can get it, you can think about it, you can get a consultant, they can help you. Passion, ممكن تتحمس, ممكن تقرأ كتاب, تشوف podcast, تتحمس شوية. But it's the people. People always are the biggest hindrance towards.
Yeah, I always say that culture can either groom a talent or a leader or kill it. So can we talk about the culture effect on leadership, if you don't mind?
Excellent. So an strategy is part of the vision. فيو كود بوت استراتيجي. يعني تفضلوا الزملاء الدكتور معتصم ورانا الان بيوتيفول استراتيجي. بس زي ما تفضل حضرتك تفضلتي المقوله الشهيره يقول لك ايش؟ culture eat strategy at breakfast.
For breakfast.
يعني حتى ما تخليها للغداء يعني ها في الصباح. فايش مثلا احسن اكزامبل؟ ابغى انزل وزني، ابغى اروح الجيم، ابغى اوقف السكر، ابغى اوقف هذا. اول يوم الصباح زي في الطياره يحطوا لك الخبز هذا كذا الجميل ما هذا culture ate strategy at breakfast فعلا يعني literally at breakfast. كلام سهل، الكلام سهل الكلام سهل. انا سافعل وانا ساحفظ وانا ساعمل. طيب ثاني يوم الصباح مو ضروري اليوم، بكره يعني انا الان مضغوط خليها بعد يومين ها. ف you need to change the culture. How do you change the culture? The culture is multiple things. Change the culture, surround yourself with people. لما انا الناس اللي حولي كلهم ها فين يا ابو سليمان؟ والله انا في الجيم. لما يجي ياكل هو جنبي في الطياره والاقي ما اكل الخبز. That's culture. So people create culture, habits, follow up, KPIs, and persistence. Persistence. دائما ايش يقول لك؟ الريزيستنس الاول في الصاروخ هو في الاول لما يخرج من المجال.
It's the most
There's a lot of
challenging.
literature about 3 to 7 days ولا 15 days ولا يعني multiple theories. But changing something that is consciously done to something that's unconscious, something that's a habit. عشان كذا مثلا 7 habits ما قال 7 thoughts ولا قال 7 ideas، قال 7 habits. It's something that you do every day without thinking. If proactivity is something that you do every day without thinking, that's a habit. مش تحتاج انك تدفدف نفسك عشان تسويها. فهذا يمكن اختصار يعني.
Another thing about the embracing of change and agility, and I believe it's the most challenging thing because people tend to have fear of change. From your experience, can you give us an advice how to be agile enough to embrace change in the proper time?
There's a good example. فإذا الخطوة الأولى أفرق بين الفاليوز وبين الميثودز أو بين التكنيكس أو بين الستاندردز أو policies أو procedures. Values are constant. فما في والله في الأكاديمية أنا صادق وفي البرايفت أنا كذاب ولا في البرايفت أنا كذا. No, you are honest all the time. Principles are the same. What changes is the way of talking, the way you think, the way you interact. ولذلك think about it now. There's a storm outside. The trees that are most confident and proud and steady are the first trees to break. The trees that are flexible are the trees that survive the storm. The people who are going to survive calamity are the people who are most flexible. And the most important flexible muscle that you need to have is what? Your mind. Your mind. Especially an old man like Dr. Sami here. It's very hard for older gentlemen to think in an elastic way. Why not? Listening, considering, learning from everyone. دائما the question is why not? Why not? خليني أسمع. يمكن هذه الفكرة صحيحة. Let me try it. Let's try. Mental flexibility is the essence of agility. أما كلام agility سهل. thinking that agility is a positive skill. أنا ما تنازلنا عن شيء. الKPI كان كذا غيرنا شوي. So what?
So what? Yeah.
يعني agility. Otherwise you will break.
Because the entire world is agile.
مزبوط.
We keep seeing
مزبوط.
changes all the time.
مزبوط. Very true.
And we have to be agile enough to cope with the changes that is happening around the world. And the best example probably, Doctor, is COVID attack. So those who were not agile enough to cope with the challenges, with what happened in the market, they left the market. Okay. Questions, please.
المفروض ممنوع يسأل زياد.
ليش ممنوع؟
خلاص
يعطيك
انت
العافية بروف.
مخلص المنهج انت.
طيب أول حاجة نبغى نسوي توجيه للأكاديميك أفيرز إنه نحتفظ بالكوبي رايت ونبيعها. المحاضرة تبعت اليوم
كم 50,000 أظن أو مبلغ
بعدين
بسيط
أنا
يعني.
أقول لك بكم.
نبيع
ما في.
ناخذ خدمات
really a great
لمدة
lecture.
10 شهور مجانا.
خلاص؟ We share it.
تشرف.
Yeah.
Shop the most expensive.
والله يعني استوقفني شيء لما قلت يا بروف great leaders they attract people, they convince people, and on the other hand they listen to people. والبالانس تبع هذا الموضوع صعب في نفس الوقت، انه انت طول الوقت unconsciously you are attracting people and they believe on you. This is actually the difference between managers and leaders. They believe on your work وعشان كده الهيومن كابيتال اللي هو around you ماشي معك طول الوقت في الخط. والcredibility انك انت you take the blame while you fail and you give the credit when you succeed. لكن تطبيقها على أرض الواقع بعض الأحيان ما يكون بالطريقة اللي احنا نتكلم فيها كلاميا. فإيش التريكس اللي ممكن نوصلها للناس to do this every day؟ إنه really sometimes it is difficult to take the blame on something that you did not do, right? Yeah.
لا يعني هو السؤال يعني موضوع الليسننج هو فلسفي، طبعا ما نقدر نتكلم فيه بالتفصيل، بس الناس تتوقع انه listening يعني كذا بس احز راسي شويه واخليك تتكلم. Listening is a philosophical concept. It means I'm really interested to know what you want. I have curiosity in what you say. Really, الناس تعرف انت صادق ولا انت صادق. So when you're really curious, when you're really interested, that's number one. Number two, the highest and the biggest and the most important need of humans is to be understood. هذه أكبر مشكلة بين الأزواج والزوجات وبين المدراء والموظفين وبين يعني هو ما يبغى منك حاجة، هو بس يبغاك إنك تفهمه، إنك يعني I understand, I appreciate. Validate the feeling, validate the idea. إنه this is how you feel. يعني I'm sorry that if you feel like this. That's sometimes all what you need. هو ما يبغى حل. لكن طالما هو he does not feel validated, he will keep trying different methods and ways to prove to you that this is how he feels. وبالتالي ضاع a lot of energy. فlistening is not just أيوة I'm listening and I'm a very great listener. This is not listening. Listening has to be empathic, has to be curious, it has to be فيمكن هذا بس باختصار. الموضوع الكلام ما يخلص ترى. تفضل.
معلش أنا عندي سؤال.
لا هنا.
Thank you, Dr. Ayman, for sharing the attributes and the skills of becoming an effective leader. Actually, I have a question about two of the shared skills. The first one is being visionary. We all hear the term he's a visionary leader. So most of the shared skills are skills that we're able to learn in a lifetime. But being visionary from يعني you as a leader, do you see becoming visionary is an attribute that we're born with? Is it the ability to interpret things differently and think ahead of others, or something that we can learn by the amount of inputs that we have, so we can read more, position ourselves in different circles, so we're able to become visionary? That's the first. The second, I want to ask to you as a leader that I personally look up to, which is about resilience. You said that it's not going to be like a walk in the park. We all know that leaders in their journey, they do have breakdowns, they doubt themselves, they think a lot. So how do you re-energize, how do you find the peace within to get back on track again?
ترى إذا انفتح الموضوع ما
Passion.
very briefly.
I would say it. Passion.
Very briefly.
Ayman is
الأولى
very passionate
شوقي
about
ترى
what he's
vision is something that you can learn. الناس تتوقع الآن إنه هو جالس كذا ويتوقع إنه هينزل له vision. هذا وحي، هذا مو اسمه vision. الآن when you're reading the news in the morning, listening to podcasts, reading books, talking to great people, meeting great people. الأسبوع الماضي يوم السبت جلست جنب هذه الإنسانة العظيمة دكتورة سمر، تعلمت منها أشياء. You have to open yourself up. أما أنت قاعد تتوقع كده بتشرب قهوة وتسمع فيروز وهيجيك الفيجن، هذا اسمه وحي، هذا ما عاد يجي الآن، هذا يجي للأنبياء. فهو vision is an exercise, vision is a muscle. ترى vision is not an IQ. You have to talk to people, you have to open up, you have to read, you have to listen, you have to travel. شوف فين العالم رايح. People where are going. كانوا زمان يقولوا لنا في الconferences go to the poster because the poster is the future. البوديوم is the old information. البوديوم ما يطلع شيء في البوديوم اللي هو مثبت. الفيوتشر فين؟ في البوستر. هذه البيبرز اللي ما اتنشرت. فهو شيء اتيتيود انه where is IT going؟ where is healthcare going؟ اسال، اجلس مع دكتور سامي اقول له فين رايح التعليم الطبي؟ تقول والله انا امس كنت في كورنيل دررت بدا ها، بعدين يصير انت visionary after all these minds and thoughts. فvision is a muscle. Vision is not just كذا sitting in a nice place. Calamities where do you find؟ زي ما تفضل الدكتورة from passion and from people. يعني أنا والدكتور هبة عندنا يوميا كذا ساعة يمكن نقعد نتحلطم ونتبكبك كذا. You get passion from the people, from the team. لما موجودة معنا هنا team كل اللي حقنا يعني team gives you inspiration, the vision gives you inspiration. The other thing is allowing yourself to be human. allowing yourself. كم مرة أنا قلت لكم أنا أول مرة أدير مستشفى شكلي ما أعرف please fill in the gaps. Honestly allowing yourself to be human, allowing yourself to cry. يعني البخاري يقول إيش في أكثر من 11 موضع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يبكي أمام الناس. أعظم قائد ما في يعني ما هو غلط إنك تبكي أو إنك تشعر بضعف. People respect you more when you show vulnerability. ليش؟ لأنه يقول لك أنا أقدر أصير زيه. لما يقول لك هذا عمره ما بكي، هذا عمره ما ضعف، هذا عمره ما، فيصير إنه هذا I cannot follow him. لذلك حتلو في العظماء دائما حتلاقيهم يروحوا مباريات، الأنبياء كانوا يمشوا في الأسواق. ليش؟ عشان أنت تصير تعتقد إنه I can still follow him. هو لو كان أعلى من you can follow صار موديل you can never follow، ما صار follow. لكن تقول أنا أمس شفته غلط واعترف، وأول أمس كان بيبكي، وأمس أخذ إجازة ما قدر يجي لأنه كان متوتر، إذا معناته هو زيي، معناته I can follow him، معناته I could be like him.
There's a question here.
فين؟
Good morning, Dr. Ayman. Thank you very much. Sam here.
Oh yes.
Yes. You are a great leader. So can you just let us know which is your favorite leadership style?
I think there's a lot of talks. I think Dr. Hiba is going to talk about leadership styles. I think the workshop is going to be talking about leadership styles. And I'm not a scholar of leadership. And I don't really care about which model, because these are different experiences of different people. There are experts here, Dr. Rao, Dr. Sami. These are real experts, scholars in leadership. Listen to them. But I read from the heart.
Okay.
From the heart. And I think people who have worked with me will attest to that.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
لسه في سؤال سليمان.
أنا من زمان أبغى أسألك يا بروف. هذا السؤال يمكن يكون شاطح شوية.
ليش طيب؟
There is no wrong question.
So, you know, now with the rise of AI, this is our ultimate fear, you know, that the ways in people, how they worked and how jobs will be in the future is uncertain. So I don't know in what terms, how do you think leadership will look like in the future يعني؟
ترى أنا ما يدخل بالوقت، ها هم اللي بس. الفكرة هذا الحين إحنا قلنا الليدر انتهى عصر الليدر اللي هو الكاريزماتيك ليدر. You come to me, I will tell you what to do. Look at Google CEO, look at Microsoft CEO. So we bring the bright people. You have to surround yourself with people who are brighter than you, who are stronger than you, especially in the areas where you're not good. الدكتورة هبة لما الناس اللي اشتغلوا معايا كلهم يعرفوا. الآن when we talk about strategy, oh I'm flying. I can talk about strategy for 3 days. جرب تتكلم عن organizational chart و details و job description أختنق. طيب and everybody knows that. I bring people who are very strong in these things, who are smarter than me. AI it has its people. If you are really smart and you are a visionary, you are going to surround yourself with people who are strong in this area. لكن المشكلة you cannot keep telling them لا بس هي كده، بس احنا دائما نعملها كده، بس هذا مكلف. You have to invest, you have to trust, you have to experiment, you have to take risk, you have to be courageous. هذه مشكلة AI. أعتقد we have to stop. لا بس عشان الناس اللي بعدنا.
Just to comment on your answer, Prof. Ayman, I believe that the best leadership skills and gift appears and happens during the time of uncertainty. Because if you are leading a smooth organization with no challenges, with a certain expectations, your leadership skills won't shine. Thank you, Dr. Prof. Ayman. Thank you very much for your speech, and I would like to have you on the stage, please, for a moment. Yes, أبغى أتصور معك. Now we move to the second speaker, Dr. Hiba Matar. Dr. Hiba Matar is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Dr. Sulaiman Faqih Hospital in Riyadh. Dr. Matar is a transformational healthcare leader with over than 22 years of a unique blend of progression and healthcare experience as proven record of creating agile culture. Dr. Hiba has a doctorate degree in nursing practice from Johns Hopkins University, and she had MS Advanced Nursing Practice from the University of Melbourne, Australia, and she's graduated with a BS in Nursing Science from Imam Faisal bin Abdurrahman University. She's currently, she acquired different roles before being the Deputy CEO for Dr. Sulaiman Faqih Hospital in Riyadh, as she was the Chief Nursing Director and Director of Nursing in Johns Hopkins Aramco Healthcare. And also, she was working as an organization and project manager and health educator, nurse educator and charge nurse in several positions. She had worked also as a consultant to the Saudi Ministry of Health in the Vision Realization Unit. Please join me to welcome Dr. Hiba on the stage. Dr. Hiba is going to talk about a very interesting topic, meta leadership. عاد أسألوها يعني إيش meta leadership.
Thank you for the great introduction, Dr. Amal. And it's very hard to speak after a great leader and a great speaker that I'm so lucky to work with, that with his action inspires us every day to do our best and really start with leading ourselves before leading others. The topic today that I'll be speaking about, which is nicely connecting to what has been said initially about healthcare transformation, about the agility, courage, and uncertainty time that you would need really to adapt your leadership style to be able to lead during complex time and uncertainty. So, why healthcare is a complex system? It's a complex system because it has many interacting parts. The more complexity, the higher chance of defect. And now healthcare, they don't only work as one organization. They are more of a global or corporate enterprise. They have a dynamic information system, and they does not only work with their own resources, but they also have resources that's outsourced that they need to work in collaboration of the sources that they have within the organization. It has a complex supply chain and diverse workforce. The more degree of interrelatedness between the component and the more components you are dealing with, the more complex is the situation. So in this situation, you cannot work in a process that has a simple process that requires only one or two stakeholders. However, it's a system that interact and have diverse stakeholders. And in terms of healthcare transformation, it involves different sectors, like public and private sectors. And it also takes care of the patient through a diverse settings, from primary care to secondary care to a tertiary care, and sometimes even care at home. Dr. Amal mentioned the factors that made COVID-19 healthcare leadership more complex, which is really a prime example of how situations were uncertain, how it was so complex that it has to include the Ministry of Interior, the travel, the transportation, healthcare, managing resources, introducing virtual work, the times at lockdown that you still need to run system, how healthcare continue to run the elective part and safe patient care, and at the same time took care of the infected cases and ensure that the disease transmission did not go beyond them. So in this situation, and for AMITA leaders to influence, and this is what has been the theme of Prof. Ayman's talk, their influence, they seek higher impact than a one unit or one person or one department, and sometimes multiple organizations, and sometimes like our kingdom leaders when they impact a whole country with multiple organizations. So the skills of leadership in these situations requires much more than a typical hierarchy that you follow with people who follow you as a boss and take their instruction from you as a boss. In this situation, you need more of influence where people believe in you and trust you, and they will be willing to go all the way to reach what you see would make success. So meta leadership is a model that is actually evolved by observing leaders behaving in complex situations. And it involves multiple stakeholders. The meta prefix, which is used in meta-analysis or so, it's an overarching grasp of the problem that involves different situations and integrated solution. And it has a cross-functional relationship, and the key that people follow you, regardless of your title, status, or power. People believe in the vision that you have, and they really are happy to go and all the way to get things and the success that you influence them. So it's more of influence versus formal authority. Meta leadership comes from different scholars, from personal discipline, self-awareness, into situational awareness and complex theory. Organizational leadership, management, and leading and influence beyond authority. It has 3 dimensions: the person, which is yourself, the situation, and the connectivity, which I'll be speaking about as I go. The advantage of the leadership that it really make people believe in you and inspires them for higher standards and expectation. As you see here, it has a 3 dimension: the person, which is yourself, and your ability to lead up to your boss and to people who drive policies in the country, your ability to lead down to people who call you their boss, and they are looking for you for guidance, and you are leading across your organization beyond your structure authority, and leading beyond the organization. So for example, if you are in a corporate organization, you are influencing and leading change within multiple organizations and different geographical location. You cannot do that without connectivity and really engaging everybody around. So and the person in the meta leadership model, they always exhibit emotional intelligence. They are self-aware of their emotions. They are self-aware of their biases. They really think out of what we call the basement. If you are in the basement, you just see yourself, it's dark, you don't see the big picture, and you really are led with your own emotions and your own belief and what you think is right. But the person in the meta leaders should always go out of the basement and really see the big picture and see what's the involvement of others. Look familiar? So in stressful situations that are complex, our brain goes to a response, go to a center in the lower part of our brain that create freeze, fight, and fight. During the situation, your process of thinking and decision-making actually get frozen. You are in a survival mode that your heart rate is up, you are anxious, your anger, your fear, your anxiety might lead you to take decisions that are not the right decisions, because basically you are really reacting to the stressful situation that you are in. And those are not just only in a crisis situation or in a pandemic this is things that we deal with every day during situations that are when we drive a change, when we drive a transformation. But it really suppresses your cognitive thinking. The meta leaders should, because people look at you. When you are calm, your followers are calm. When you are confident, your followers are confident. So you really need to master your mind and move and be conscious about how you feel and how this situation is making you react. And consciously manage or master your mind to move from the center or the responses that makes you freeze into the centers that makes you think of past experiences, as well as even going higher to the centers that makes you have complex reasoning and problem solving. When you bring all your past experience of a similar situation and problem solve, then you are able to have the tools to make quick decisions, utilize data that you have, and really move on during this period of high stake and high stress. The situation itself, as we said, is a really different context. It is reacting during time of uncertainty, during a new change that you haven't done before, during a hospital commissioning, during a financial crisis, when sometimes the data and the situation is so complex that you never experienced before. However, you need to build solution and develop options and really engage all the key parties, which is beautifully practiced by leaders that we looked at. We often sit all together, think about one situation, and we really brainstorm to see how we can move on. And if you recall the picture that Prof. Ayman bought of the guy that was jumping from one mountain to another, those situations, the peak could be very high. So during COVID, we were uncertain how many cases will be infected, how many deaths, and how long this peak will continue to go up. The width of the situation, which is the difference between the one mountain to another that you are trying to jump from to, makes it uncertain, and you really need to have the courage and the persistence and the agility to really quickly analyze the situation and understand it and be able to act to really for the threat and the challenge. Some situation repeats themselves, so it happens and you think it got resolved, it happen again. Normally, they will reduce in terms of how huge they are, and eventually you might have the new normal that did not go to the baseline. And you need to be really agile enough to be able to deal with those situations. But sometimes it's so complex that it continues to pile up, and it goes up and up and up. And this happens, for example, in cases of a financial crisis, some pandemic that went out of control. And as a leader, you cannot just go in that stress situation when you are in the basement. You really need to understand that and be agile and move on and act based on all the information that you see every day. You cannot really go and stick to one procedure or one policy that you've used all the time. This is a new situation that needs openness, needs a new way of tackling those situations. There is a very nice model that has been prepared by the National Leadership Preparedness of Leadership Initiative that it has a 6 step. So during this situation, you first start with orienting yourself about the situation. What are the data? What's the pattern of the data? You start to predict how those information and how the changes, the pattern of sometimes employment, how fast people are accepting the offer, with the supplies, for example, in supply chain situations, is the supplies coming fast enough? Are we having challenges because of the pandemic and there are certain pattern of items that takes different time? So you need to orient yourself about who's involved, what type of data you have in hand, and those are situations that you really need to act very quickly and predict how the behavior of those situations and people will be interacting. You need then, based on those information, make a decision and truly make it operationalized, where people start to, you communicate it with the people around you, and because they trust you and they see that you have the logic behind your decision, they will be willing to follow you. And then you need to have a procedures that makes this communicated as well as acted upon. But then you need to go back to the perceive again to see, was your decision correct? Did it really achieve the result that you wanted to achieve? Or is it, no, it maybe created conflicts, it's created slowness in what we are achieving, and you really need to be adaptive to all the information that you have, reorient yourself about what's happening with the people around you, continue to predict and continue to work around those situations to be able to again make the right decision and modify it as you go with the situation. Connectivity, you cannot really achieve when you work on silos. People has to really collaborate to be able to bring the highest capabilities of each one of us. The connectivity means that you are not influencing the people who reports to you. Is your ability to influence the other department. So if you are in nursing, you are influencing medical team. If you are in academia, you are influencing all the departments. If you are in human resources, then you bring your ideas and thoughts to ensure that people in the organization understand and at the same time able to bring the best out of them. And as we said, it's not only across your organization. You often, if you care about the kingdom, which is as a leader, this is our responsibility. If we have certain capabilities, we should bring it beyond our organization. And if there are initiatives that would help the whole country, we should really bring our influence beyond our organization. This brings a unified commitment towards a common goal. And we know when we have one vision, a common goal, our impact becomes much higher than when people go into two different directions. In conclusion, the best example is nature. As you see, those small ants colony, their success in building bridges and moving towards one common goal of getting what they need in terms of food and survival does not happen by chance. It happens through a common goal, great communication, and very high level of collaboration. They gather, they collaborate, and they go further with one goal, and they eventually achieve what they need to do. This is a best example that would eventually happen with intelligence and how we lead teams into our vision. And the best vision that we are all looking up into is 2030 vision that we all aspire into. And I think with those simple that the Prof. Ayman say, simple leadership skills is the key to really move forward and achieve our dreams. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba, for the very inspiring speech. Honestly, I really enjoyed it to the maximum. And for me, this meta leadership is a brand new idea, which I learned a lot from you about it. Actually, and I believe we have to explore it more.
Yes.
Probably we can devote probably a workshop later.
Sure.
For meta leadership. And I believe the rest of the people over here would agree with me that we need to learn more about this.
Sure.
You beautifully talk about the role and of a leader and the skills and the connectivity became to me very interesting here, because you said influencing other across and beyond.
Yes.
And this is a key, I would say, in meta leadership. Can you elaborate on this a little bit?
So I think, again, influencing other come from trust. And connectivity comes through communication. We all comes from, as a human, we often have our own judgment. And if we really be open about our feelings, and if we understand that success or situation, it's win-win situation. It's not about me winning or another person is winning. And you know, change does not happen again if you are, for example, driving a clinical change within the hospital, developing a service line. That does not happen by one unit or two units. It involves all the interdisciplinary in terms of a stakeholder. If we are developing a service line that is, for example, at a national level, which is, for example, what has been mentioned today about the urgent care, about acute coronary syndrome, for example, which is something I'm very passionate about. The influence of those leaders who create those model of care should influence the EMS system, the emergency system, الهلال الأحمر. They should influence hospitals, both private and public sectors. They should influence the CCHI in terms of insurance and how those patients should be covered when they go to private sectors, regardless of their insurance coverage, and how this payment will eventually be paid.
Of course.
So truly, when you are leading a change and depends on the scale of the change, your influence should really go across and truly beyond your organization when you really want to achieve that kind of change.
I would say what might be another obstacle for reaching this optimum result is the ego of some people for not being part of the team,
Sure.
not providing the needed cooperation. How would you think we can overcome this hinder?
Which really goes to the person and the meta leadership. When you are self-aware of your motives, when you are self-aware of what drives you, is it the success or is it self-interest? And that's why best leaders are self-conscious. They are self-disciplined. They are aware of their limitation. They are aware of their own feelings. And they should really go out of that basement, dark basement, to the area that they really understand the bigger picture and the bigger goal that they are achieving, and not be self-centered.
Yeah,
when you are
self-awareness.
self-centered,
Okay.
you are not really gonna to achieve much and never will drive true change.
Perfectly said. Any questions, please? Questions?
all the questions went to Prof. Ayman, mashallah.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Hiba. That was wonderful. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And sorry. خلاص. Thank you. And now we have an open discussion for panel. If you would like to ask for Dr. Ayman, for Dr. Hiba, any questions so far? Nothing? So we conclude the first session today, and we thank you for the wonderful listening. We thank you for the wonderful attendance, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you,
Wait,
Doctora.
you are going to listen more and more to experts. And I promise you that you are going to enjoy every single moment.
So thank you,
very
Doctora.
much.
It's our time now to thank you for your dedication and your nice presentation. We have a small gift from the Congress just to memorize us and to, inshallah, remember us for the next year when we will call you again. Huh? Have a seat. لا لا خليكم واقفين هنا. It gives me honor to call Dr. Ziad Al-Harbi, the chairperson of the Congress. تعال بس يا دكتور، تعال بالله. بروف أيمن عبده. دكتورة هبة. وأخيراً وليس آخراً, the person behind all this success, all this organization, really, she was from the first minute, hand in hand with all of us, دكتورة أمل شيرة. نعم يا دكتور. طبعاً طبعاً يا سلام. Now let's move to our second session, and the moderator of this session, our beloved director, Dr. Ziad Al-Harbi. Dr. Ziad. ها يا دكتور. طيب let's take 10 minutes break يا جماعة, and we'll be back إن شاء الله 10:55. Thank you.
where's my lecture? Medical ethics. Now, how can we?
كده ماشي.
حلوه المحاضره الفيمينيزم ديت، انا بحبها قوي. ايوه انا بيج فان اوف يعني اسم المحاضره انا وقعت في حب اسم المحاضره. وانا نفس الحكايه تصدقي. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. انت قول اكشن وانا معاك على طول. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Let's resume our program. Now it gives me honor to call our beloved director, Dr. Ziad Al-Harbi, to moderate the coming session. Dr. Ziad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, welcome to the second session of this great day, which I consider it as a perfect end for our Congress. And we would like to go for the second session about global and local challenges in healthcare leadership. Actually, we have three great names. We'll be speaking about these global and local challenges. And to start with our second session, the best start will be with a mentor, with a very distinguished and well-known speaker, Professor Samar Al-Saggaf. Professor Samar Al-Saggaf is well-known. I know her since a very long time. I have actually 2 pages or 3 pages as a concise CV about her, and I would like to make a conclusive biography for Professor Samar. We know Professor Samar since a long time. She is a professor for anatomy in King Abdulaziz University. That is her clinical background. But when we speak about research, we will see that she has a long-standing journey in research and publications with peer reviews, international journals, and she has worked also as editor and reviewer. Regarding leadership styles, we know that Professor Samar worked in King Abdulaziz University from vice dean to a dean in the university, and she worked also in the College Council, specifically in the Faculty of Medicine. She moved also to USA, and she worked in the ministry in the Embassy of Saudi Arabia, directly connecting with His Excellency, I think, Mr. Adil Al-Jubair, and she was the responsible for all scholars of Saudi Arabia in USA. When she came back, she used to serve in one of the most important and distinguished universities in all of the kingdom, from the name, Prince Noura University. She worked in Prince Noura University as the acting rector and also as vice principal for the university. And she came back to work again in her original university right now after this well-distinguished journey as professor for anatomy. But right now, she is a member for the healthcare cluster in Jeddah, while she is also a member of many board of trustees, councils, boards, and national committees in the kingdom. So with that, I would like to welcome Professor Samar again for the first speech.
This one?
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good morning, good evening, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Ziad, for this introductions. They inspire me in the morning. So I make a little bit of change of my my presentations. Dr. Ayman talk about, sorry, there is no presentation here. Okay. Okay. So when he spoke about the leader, so I remember the Jacques Maxwell when he said that a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So he's having the vision, the communication, the ability, the skills, and also motivate his team to go to the standard objectives. And also he speak about values. So I remember I had many, many director positions, vice presidents, presidents, consulting. So I have a lot of responsibilities and directing team. When you go and ask everyone, they are separate team, some of them in America, some of them in Prince Noura, some of them in King Abdulaziz. So they will tell you that Dr. Summer have these main values. And I summarize the values in the word of hail, عشان أتذكر ريحة الهيل. Which we gather it as honesty, authenticity, integrity, and love. I love my work, I love my team, and this is make me distinguish between maybe in these different positions. And when I say love, I remember one of the doctors when he tried to make a big speech, and one of the attendees, she said, I did it, doctor, but nothing is turned to be successful. He said that increase the dose. So what if we increase the dose of love? He said, I did it. I do a lot of things. He said, okay, triple the dose. So loving your work, loving your day, loving your team, will make a difference. And also, this is all from the Dr. Ayman inspirations when he talked about the leaders. Then I remember, how can leaders, using all the resources, all the communication skill he have, all the knowledge, and then turn this into successful story? And when I went, I will remember 3 main story in summary. One in USA, and one in Prince Noura, and one in Cornell, when I had my last journey. So in USA, when we did all what Dr. Ayman said about leadership, we implemented, we have vision, we lead the people, we try to communicate, use all the resources, be honesty, be as we ourselves, integrate all what we did, and we have this result. We were in the 4th nation of training of residents in US. I remember the first visit in embassy, one of the company that they are work with the embassy to place residents, he said that you cannot do it, Dr. Summer. There's a match. So how can you match your student into the match? So I said, you will see. And yes, we did it, and our students, not only we get this result in the match, we also have it in the best college in US. The second story about communication and networking and using the resources was in Prince Noura. When they told me that you have a meeting with Boeing VP. So I said, what shall I do with Boeing VP? Yani, it's a Boeing. It's a airway, well, it's a company, big airways company. So what can we use that in Prince Noura? So when I have a little bit of chat, I understand her visions and what they are doing in Saudi Arabia. In that meeting, I get $150,000 to Prince Noura from Boeing. Just using your negotiation skills and your network with that company, and we get it for the research of our students. The last stories about also leadership using agile and be himself, and Cornell. We at the end of the course, they did for us a simulations. The doctor have been asked, what will be the leadership in future? I think there will be a future virtual leadership. We will be led virtually, maybe. So they did for us a virtual class, a virtual trip. And they divide us in 5 groups. I was, unfortunately, the leading of the group. I had to lead the group of 5. And they told us, you have to climb Everest in 20 minutes. We have 5 camps. So you have to reach the Everest in this 20 minutes with this team. At this very little seconds, I said, okay, I will use my leadership skill, but I never been climbing a hill and going to Everest. So how can I do it? A little bit of second, and then said, calm summer, and use all the skills, all the experience that you have to lead this team to go to the Everest. Thanks God, we got the first ranked team, achieving 60% of our goals, and we lost only one of our team, he was sick, but all the team, they only reached, the one who's near us, only reaching 40% of their goals. But they didn't reach that, even though they didn't reach the climate. So thank you, Dr. Ayman, that you remind me with these skills. Now, Dr. Bassen say that she's with the feminized things. So first of all, I need all the female to clap, and we have to get very big claps to them. They are global leaders and leadership in healthcare. Although I'm not with that to differentiate between female and male. It's not the matter of gender. Although all what we talk, all what we see in the studies, in the previous studies, in strategies, they try to make male and females. I believe that whatever you have of skills, although you are male or female, you will be successful. Just believe on yourself and have the values and be yourself in leading your team. So most of the UNESCO, the WHO, all the strategy, all the study I revised, they are talking about the gender system. That until now, still we are in the health care, we remain fairly low. Our numbers, our leaderships, our scales, all that numbers is a little bit disappointed. So, but we will see that opportunities are there, and the strategy that has been talking in all over the world, starting from UNESCO, WHO, even our Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and also the vision of 2030 with Mohammed bin Salman, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Allah yatawwal fi umruh. Since health leadership traditionally have been women, traditionally, this is by culture, by traditional. In Cornell, I remember one of the staff that there's a study that say people usually going with the tradition and culture, they like the tall one in leadership. The muscularized one in the leadership has to be tall and big. They will like that. But in behavior, they will like the one who believe on them, who motivate them. Glass ceiling. Dr. Amal said to me, there is no more glass ceiling, she said. There is cement ceiling. No, Dr. Amal, I think it's concrete command, concrete ceiling. This term usually describes the invisible barrier to block women from having chance to be promoted or to be advanced in the corporate leadership. And also the numerous causes of glass ceilings for women, the most important is the occupational segregations. Usually women, by their nature, maybe they are segregated from the occupational gathering or social gathering or being in the first line or having some networking. So this is invisible sometimes. But I think now we are so open. The vision of 2030 has been changing a lot in the culture and in the social concept. Lack of opportunities, I think frequently they are not even considered when it becomes a promotion. Now, if we go sometimes in a committees or in some of the board of trustee, usually the name came to you for nominations is male, usually, most of the time. Maybe because of their network, maybe because of their presence, maybe because of their, as we said, the cultural concept or social concept, but I think now it's largely have been changed, and we are seeing leadership in a very crucial position. The double mind, who women is usually evaluated for leadership positions, they have the double bind. That means if something happened in these organizations and the female is the one who is leading that, they will not say because she is not having the skill or there is a defect in the strategy. They will say because she's a female. This is a double bind. So usually we bind it to her gender. What are the challenges of these? When I summarize the studies I read and try to get you some of these challenges, they talk about lack of mentor, expectation, the culture and stereotyping, the work-life balance, the lack of flexibility. So what is the lack of mentor? This has actually happened. Now when some of the leadership in the healthcare, they want to ask about someone who's leading before or have the history of leadership in communities for health or for hospitals or for any medical institute, you will find it very few. So actually, we lack the mentor. Nobody will we find a mentor or executive positions stress us out, so we cannot find our mentor. As I mentioned before, the culture and the stereotype and lack of social support. Sometimes when you are successfully, they said that because, yes, your husband has been push you, your father, your brother, maybe your boss. Usually they want to link your success in gender. This is by Harvard Business Review. And often they are having the masculinized way that the leadership in their mind and then set mind will be more successful when he is tall and masculinized and he's a man. Like in social norm and traditional healthcare, usually perception lead to that. It is not true, but this is the perception that we have in the social norm and our culture. And now it has been changing a lot. A lot of change has been, I see it myself, many of the leadership in the female sectors, either in education or in the health sector. Expectation, women leadership are usually lower, so you don't expect that we have a lot of women leadership in many positions. And also the construction of identity in leadership is androgenic. I told you before, if you are successfully enough, they said because of your leadership, but if you are not successful, because you are feminized, you are a female. The work-life balance, when we come to the family, usually who is sacrificing? Who's sacrificing for the place, sacrificing for the family? If she has a promotion, she has to go to travel to other places. She cannot, because she's obligated to her family life. She's obligated to her, which is good. This is not, I feel it proud if somebody do it to sacrifice for his family. Lack of flexibility. We don't have, now, for decades, it's not here, it's all over the world. The flexibility between work, male and female, is not there. We are asking for gender equality, but at the same time, we are asking for flexibility. This is cannot be happened. So if you want gender equality, you have also to be with the goal and with the standard of the work. I like this studies coming from, I think I get it from Harvard schools, and they said that there is macro-social culture factors, and there is meso-organizational factors, and there is micro-individual factors for barriers, for females enablers in working with the health sectors. So they divided. If there's a barrier, the red one are the barrier, and the green one are the enabler. So they sacrificed, or they segregate between the barrier and enabler, and try to put some of visions about that. If the social norm of women not considering suitable for decision making, so society is more open for women. As you see the green one in the society or in the macro organization or in the individual factor, you will see more health leader, or you will see females leading health institute. This from Sheffield University, they try to see what are the most factors that affecting or varying or prevalence across the sector, in all sector. In business, if you can see it here, they put it in all business, healthcare, academia, and almost the same. If you look to the curve, it is almost the same. The business, the healthcare is green, the academia is black, and the business is white. Maybe the business a little bit differ, like in most of the barrier regarding the gender gap, the stereotype, the life balance, the lacking of mentor, it's not only in the healthcare. So it's not, we are not the only one to blame ourselves that in healthcare we don't have a leader. It's all there. It's in the business, in academia, we have all these factors and barriers. It differs from one part to the other, but almost they have the same things about lack of confidence, lack of networking, glass ceiling, the glass cleft, and the culture. It is all there in leadership positions, either in academia or business or healthcare. Also, the lack of family response. They said that academia, maybe I was worried about this, but academia, most of the family are getting more support. The same studies regarding the barriers, but they take it in Greek and Maltese. I tried to compare between different, one in the US, one in the developing country like Greek and Maltese. They have the same factors and talking about the same barriers. Cambodia, for example, Cambodia, they have very low percentage in getting only 40% of female workforce in the health sectors as a gender, and we have much, much higher number than that. I summarized all the categories of advancing women in leadership from this paper from 2000 to 2021. What I love in this paper, they categorize each barrier or each talking about organizational studies, for example, how much paper talking about organization process and what are the concept of organization process, either work-life integration, gender bias elimination, or what. And then they summarize that strategy. What strategy has been taken, for example, in work-life integration? They create part-time leadership role, increasing work flexibility. That means if I want to stay in a leadership positions, you need to give me some part-time leadership roles, or you can give me some increasing in work flexibility. It's only example. If we talk like inclusion and diversity, they provide continuing education, awareness, and opportunities for part-time staff, and so on. So they take each category and try to put what are the barriers there and what are the strategy has been taking to ensure the equality and the promotion process, and also the necessity of the skills and educations for male and females. So what are the opportunities we have? We have a lot of opportunities in the female leadership in Saudi Arabia, and we have a lot of empowering strategy and corporations and employment has been raised, and the vision of our leaders is to empower women. And you have to catch these opportunities. You have to catch it, and you have to work on it, and you have to work how to get in these opportunities. Supporting worldwide the organizations, I start to say from UNESCO to WHO to all the ministry all over the world, they are starting to have a positive impact to increase women leadership in all over the sectors. Working in the gender equality, especially in the processing and in the law, and also the unbiased evaluation criteria, start working for the gender equality of same legal requirements. You cannot differentiate between male and female. And by the way, we have the last في وزارة العدل عندنا Ministry of Justice take the first ministry to really implement all whatever cause the females to be legally with her spouse or with her in the employment sector, sorry. Gender diversity improvements and there's an increasing number of women we are saying before, and we have seen a lot of deans of the college now. We are seeing directors of the hospital, HR in the kingdom. The social awareness, I think what we call it, the generation after 2000 is different from generation before 2000. And this is where we make things happen, because they are believing on what we are saying about socializations. The leader trainings, there is initiative, trained 500 almost working women across the kingdom to work as a manager and leader, and MISC, one of these initiatives. Also, we increasing by 2017 the number of leaders all over the kingdom, سواء كان في senior or for civil leadership. Economic participations of the women in the first quarter for 2000 in the employment was 33%, which was very high before. It was not exceeding 40%. Saudi Arabia now in the top list of advanced and reforming country regarding empowering women and enhancing their role in building the society. And this is some of the statistics regarding the employment of the women. Ministry of Health, as we said, you see the Cambodia, Greece, and Malta. The number here we have, it's really impressive, but we looking for more and more about that. Maybe I will end by our leaders and role models in Saudi Arabia. Quickly, some of them, they are my students. They were my students when they were studying either in the medical college or in US. And these are some of them. And maybe Dr. Hanan now, she is in WHO, assisting of the presidents of WHO. Thank you so much for your patience. And hope to see you all leaders in them. Please take them all leaders in your companies.
Thank you very much, Prof. Samar, for this great talk. I would like to receive the questions, if there is any question from the audience. I have a question.
أيوة الفيميل ما عندهم questions. الفيميل
No, I think
لا عندهم.
There's some questions will be coming, but let's be very honest now. I think we have seen, mashallah, a lot of female leaders in our country, especially in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, with a lot of progressions. We can name them, we can see them in executive level across the country. But when it comes to the interview for a female, there's still a difference when the interview is done for a male or for a female, isn't right? Do you think there is a difference? There is an emotional difference? I mean, okay, there is a scheme for the interview for anybody.
She lacked the mentor. She doesn't have a role model's mentor usually on her.
No, I mean for the private life. I mean, sometimes unconsciously, we judge the person in front of us based on being married, single, kids, children, life, rather than going to the main topic, which is the job itself and the qualifications, right? I mean, no, I don't mean that we do it, but there are some people doing it.
Because the glass ceiling.
Yes, so my question, how to avoid this? How to be a bit smart if I am a male or I am female, and to avoid this, to be prepared for somebody interviewing me with those kind of questions when it comes, right? To convince the people in front of me that I am powerful and I am fit for the job, rather than going to the other direction, which is not intended for the main topic.
You know, now we are, even now, until this time, I'm teaching male and female.
Yeah.
Teaching female separately and male separately in the schools. But when we come to some of the activities, or we do some activities, I saw the females are more exceeding than the male, and they are doing their mark, their achievements. And usually I told them, you will be all graduated from King Abdulaziz University, but what will be different? What is the difference between Summer and Omar and Sumaya, and what is the difference? The difference is your skills, your ability to develop your skills. And this will not come from university. You have to work on that. You have to make activities, you have to be having your career-wise, somebody have to mentor you, you have to go for some experience outside. So now we are trying, even in King Abdulaziz University, we are trying to make some what we call the career path. It's not only studying and education and mark, it's a complete process with behaviors, science, skills, and all this.
Dr. Amel, you have comment?
Yes, first of all, I would like to comment on your comment about the interviewing, because this is purely human capital things. I think the difference lies into the mind of the interviewer.
Absolutely, this is what we mean.
This bias is into the mind of the interviewer.
Yes.
It's not the interviewee, actually. So if the person who is handling the interview is looking towards the gender or the appearance of the candidate, this is a real problem. Because mature companies should look at qualification and ability for that person to handle the role she is hired for. So mature organization, when they are interviewing candidates, they don't see gender, they don't see colors, they don't see religions, they don't see backgrounds, authentic backgrounds, whatever. They see education, skills, and that's it.
Absolutely.
So this bias only in the mind of the interviewer.
Yes.
It's a problem of a culture, but it seems, as Dr. Summer was saying, it's a global issue.
Yes, yes.
So I don't want to call it male-female problem. I would call it's a problem of diversity. And diversity here doesn't include only gender. We are talking about different background, different education, different nationality, different ability, any kind of segregation, discrimination against any kind of human beings.
Yes.
So looking for diversity, regardless of the gender, of the color, of the background, of whatever. So because by the end of the day, you need this rich diversity in your organization. People coming from different backgrounds, they're coming from different education, different society classes as well. Because you need to enrich your organization with it.
I insist on training, and usually we lack these training sessions, or we don't look for that. But when we did it in USA, we put the students, or the females or male, whatever they are, students, our students, for 1 year almost. We placed them for 1 year in a research. We call it a research year, as opposed to researchers or assistant researcher, and they are having all the skill to be trained, to be matched at the end.
Exactly.
So whatever, if I insist, please train, please take these opportunities, because this is your future.
You are developing
so
talents,
yes.
Talents, regardless.
Regardless.
Yes.
But still there is the culture barrier, still there is the social,
now we are going into
norm.
this transformation.
But now I said, between 2000, the generation of 2000, it's much different from the before.
Alhamdulillah, and I think with the support of the Crown Prince now for empowering women.
You remember when we lead in King Abdulaziz University,
yes.
And you see now a huge difference.
We had the tough time, Doctora.
Yes,
our generation we faced a lot. Alhamdulillah, now I think the new generation they don't need to go through the same difficulties.
But I said from the beginning, although we are talking about the studies, we are talking about strategy, in myself, in my belief, in my values, I don't like to segregate. I like to have it both male and females regarding their skills, behavior, attitudes. This is what I judge.
We are looking for talent. Talent and that's it.
Females.
Yes, a talent and that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Samar. Thank you, Dr. Amal, for this nice discussion. If there is no any comment, we will like to go to the next topic. Actually, it was very challenging topic. Thank you, Dr. Samar, for such an informative session. I would like to welcome Dr. Saeed Rakha, is a consultant general and laparoscopic surgeon at the Department of General Surgery, Prince Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Hospital. Dr. Saeed is a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland and a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in Edinburgh, as well as a fellow of the American College of Surgeons. Dr. Saeed is assistant clinical professor and consultant in the Faculty of Medicine, Taiba University in Al-Madina Al-Munawwara. Welcome, Dr. Saeed. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Faqih Hospital. Thank you for having me. My presentation, please. Okay, usually we leave the message to take home at the end of the lecture. I have been intrigued by the speakers that enriched this morning with their valuable lectures, and I started collecting notes that I would like to label it as the message to take home for me. A long time ago, I'm old, but not that ancient, about more than 45 years ago, when I was in the primary school, we had to write an essay. And the essay, الessay بالعربي كيف يكون النظر إلى الخلف وسيلة لحسن النظر إلى الأمام. I would like to quote من القرآن في سورة الأنعام على لسان سيدنا إبراهيم الخليل عليه السلام: فلما جن عليه الليل رأى كوكبا قال هذا ربي فلما أفل قال لا أحب الآفلين فلما رأى القمر بازغا قال هذا ربي فلما أفل قال لئن لم يهديني ربي لأكونن من القوم الظالمين. Actually, this is a leader. A leader is in continuous quest for truth as well as for ideal life. Leaders influence people around them. This is great power. And with great power come great responsibility. Leaders leave legacy. So we should be careful what influence and legacy we leave behind. Prof. Ayman Abdu mentioned the quote of Bruce Lee, "Be like water." I take it as changing strategies, but not losing vision. Simon Sinek, that I consider that an influencer in leadership, has got a nice book. I think you should all try to look for it and read it. It's called Leaders Eat Last. Dr. Hiba talked about connectivity through communication. I think that we have got to keep learning how to communicate clearly and transparently with people around us. When we are chosen for our posts and work, we're chosen based on our CV that contains hard skills, IQ. But the real EQ, or emotional quotient, which is the ability to understand, use, and manage our own emotions in a positive way to communicate with people around us, is not considered. Dr. Samar mentioned that leaders differ and make difference. Dr. Amal Shira mentioned that people come from different diversities and cultures, and that encourages us to make the difference. حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم الكلمة ضالة المؤمن فحيث وجدها فهو أحق بها. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. As Mr. Chairman mentioned, this is a challenging topic, and I cannot tell you how difficult I go and still going through this presentation and the substance of this presentation. There's no conflict of interest here. Okay, we will go through the objectives of this presentation. We will have a refreshment about our understanding of ethics, the Western view of ethics, sources of Islamic medical ethics, a glimpse of the past and the origin of Islamic ethics, and the approach of Islam to ethics. Okay, with the increasing diversity in medicine and medical sciences, patients come from a wide spectrum of socioeconomic and cultural backgrounds, and there is obviously an apparent commitment to provide health for all ill and sick. But the reality, however, presents an unexpected surprise and serious challenge for all of us. Despite the availability of resources and innovations, health indicators are still low in many countries, and especially in countries with low income, below the poverty line in most parts of the world. This is mainly due to lack of ethics and values, if we trace it to the root. If we look at the doctor and patient spheres interacting together, we'll find that there is a lot of bioethical conflicts arising every day to be explored and understood and overcome. And that's because the doctors and the patients have, in many situations, different religious and cultural differences. So to address the medical ethics, we have to bridge these cultural differences by trying to acquire a cultural competency. Therefore, there is the quest for the valuable commodity, the culturally competent physician, الطبيب المثقف والمؤهل مهنيا. And that brings me to a question, a fascinating question that I ask myself and my colleagues every day, the difference between the educated and the intellectual. We are educated, we have got degrees, but just go off the line for most of us, outside his line of specialty, and you'll find that you have got below minimum of the general informations. So the definition of the culturally competent physician in the literature is the possession of the knowledge-based skills to adjust his or her attitudes, behavior, in order to provide effective clinical care to patients from diverse backgrounds. What is ethics? It's the right and the wrong, the good and the bad set of behaviors in a given circumstances. While in English terms, ethics and morality have different origins and indicate different meanings, the former being appropriate and rational, i.e. ethics, and the later, which is morality, means what is commonly felt and done. In Islamic, so this distinction apparent as ilm al-akhlaq literally denotes the knowledge of morality and also the science of ethics. In Islam, there is a wild worldview guidance on human affairs, laws and principles by which Muslims are to govern themselves and ultimately derived from a divine source, Sharia. This for sure includes Islamic ethics. Material on ethics is not found in one chapter in Quran or Sunnah. It is scattered through the Islamic sciences of al-fiqh, wa-tafsir, wa-tawheed. Islamic ethics incorporates a religious worldview, and it draws its assets mainly from two primary sources, Quran and Sunnah. Furthermore, if after examining the first two sources, i.e. Quran and Sunnah, and there are no clear rules or some conflicts about a certain case, Muslims legal experts would then consider other sources. Al-ijma', which is the consensus of the past generations of Muslims or scholars regarding a particular issue at a particular time, which is considered to be legally binding as long as it does not conflict with the Quran or Sunnah, and al-ijtihad or al-qiyas, which is the law of deductive logic or analogical reasoning. Islamic ethics maintains and supports the four principal approaches of contemporary biomedical ethics adopted by Bootcamp and Childress, who are the influencers and editors of a lot of papers about ethics, namely beneficence, non-maleficence, justice and autonomy, al-ihsan وعدم الإيذاء والعدل والتسوية والتفرد والاستقلالية. About beneficence, يقول الله عز وجل في كتابه الكريم إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان. It is doing well. It is one of the fundamental values enjoined and commanded by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Arabic word being ihsan and signifies high quality as the root of the word good. As implied by the many statements of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that represent the source of the concept of guaranteed quality in providing health care. قول الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم الإحسان أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه فإن لم تكن تراه فإنه يراك. Non-maleficence, مبدأ لا ضرر ولا ضرار, do not harm and cause no harm. This principle is the text of an inclusive, exclusive tradition, which means that it's unacceptable to bring harm on oneself or to cause harm to others or to society in any shape or form. The importance of this principle in the field of health is self-evident, particularly in prohibiting any physician or other health professional from subjecting a patient to a diagnostic or therapeutic procedure that exposes him or her to harm or to any hazard. Ahmed ibn Yahya al-Balazri referred to this entitlement or privilege in his book Futuh al-Buldan, where he cited Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God bless him, passed by a group of Christian lepers at Al-Jabaya gate in Damascus. He ordered that they should be given some of the money of al-zakah and that food should be provided for them all the time. Justice. يقول الله تعالى في سورة الحديد ولقد أرسلنا رسلنا بالبينات وأنزلنا معهم الكتاب والميزان ليقوم الناس بالقسط. وفي سورة النحل إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان وإيتاء ذي القربى. Autonomy. Autonomy, التفرد والاستقلالية. إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان. It's important to realize that there is no exact word for ethics in Arabic. The Arabic term that approximates the meaning of ethics are al-akhlaq or al-adab, and sometimes we use the word al-akhlaqiyat. Adab represents the linking of learning and knowledge to right and appropriate human conduct, which is the foundation of human personality. Adab literature is related to character, ethics both in the personal and professional scope. All nations have common principles in morality and ethics. The source of these moral and ethical attitudes from Islamic point of view can be traced back to three main sources: al-fitra, wal-aql, wal-wahy or tanzil. There is a substantial amount of writing from the medieval or Renaissance and early modern period on both adab and akhlaq in relation to the medical field in Islam. So to recapitulate, in medical ethics in the Western literature is a subdivision of ethics that is concerned with moral principles as they relate to biomedical science and clinical and investigational arenas. While in Islamic literature, medical ethics is the methodology of analyzing and resolving the ethical issues that arise in healthcare practice or research based on Islamic moral and legislative sources and aims at achieving goals of Islamic morality. من أشهر علماء المسلمين في عصر النهضة, we can remember the names of Al-Kindi, والرازي, الفارابي, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Rushd, وابن Sina. Of them, I will go across shortly across three of them. One of them is Ishaq ibn Ali al-Rahawi, who wrote his crowning achievement, Adab al-Tabib, or Conduct of the Physician, which is considered as the most celebrated work. It is the first and earliest surviving Arabic book or work dedicated to medical ethics, which remains a classic reference in the annals of medical ethics. The title can be roughly translated into the practical ethics of physician. Ibn Sina, also known as in Western record as Avicenna, as a professional, he was an exceptional physician and wrote Al-Qanun fi al-Tibb, which is considered as major encyclopedia in medicine, and he mentioned a lot of ethics in that book. Abu Bakr Muhammad bin Zakaria al-Razi, who was a comprehensive thinker, polymath, physician, alchemist, and chemist and philosopher, and on a professional level, he introduced many practical, progressive medical and psychological ideas. In ethics, he warned that even highly educated doctors did not have the answers to all medical problems and could not cure all sicknesses. Al-Rahawi carried great admiration to physicians. He regarded physicians as the guardians of soul and bodies. About the conduct of physician that he he mentioned a lot about the conduct of a good Muslim. Let's go along with the principles of Islamic medical ethics. الإمام الشافعي قال: صنفان لا غنى للناس عنهما، العلماء لأديانهم والأطباء لأبدانهم. والعلم علمان، علم الأديان اللي هو الفقه، وعلم الأبدان اللي هو الطب. ولا أعلم علما بعد الحلال والحرام أنبل من الطب إلا أن أهل الكتاب غلبونا عليه. ذكر الإمام الغزالي في كتابه فاتحة العلم أن علم الطب فرض كفاية، وأنه لا يجوز ترك المداواة، وفروض الكفايات هي التي إذا قام بها من يكفي وهو الطبيب سقط الإثم عن الباقين. قال الإمام النووي: أما العلوم العقلية فمنها ما هو فرض كفاية كالطب والحساب والأخ. Examples that we encounter as doctors every day in our practice. A patient comes to you and tells you, okay, doctor, I'm really worried to go and see a doctor. He's a friend of yours. You saw him or you encountered him in an occasion, and he tells you, well, I'm not feeling well, but I am afraid to go and see a doctor. في مسند الإمام أحمد من حديث أسامة بن شريك عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه قال: إن الله لم ينزل داء إلا أنزل له شفاء أو دواء علمه من علمه وجهله من جهله. وعن أبي الدرداء رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الله أنزل الداء وجعل لكل داء دواء فتداووا ولا تتداووا بحرام. Another example is a patient who comes to a surgeon and asks him about his child. A doctor, can you give me a medical opinion? في حديث عمرو بن شعيب عن أبيه عن جدي قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من تطبب ولم يعلم منه طب قبل ذلك فهو ضامن، أي تكلف في الطب بغير علم. And what that means is if I am not in that specialty, I should not give an advice in that specialty because it might return as a damage advice to the other side. قال الله تعالى ومن أجل ذلك كتبنا على بني إسرائيل أنه من قتل نفسا بغير نفس أو فساد في الأرض فكأنما قتل الناس جميعا ومن أحياها فكأنما أحيا الناس جميعا. A patient comes to you and tell you, doctor, I'm diagnosed with diabetes, but I cannot take insulin because I know that insulin is extracted from pork. And not only this, there is an information that many people don't know. The capsules, the gelatin that comprise the cover of the capsules is made from pork. الأصل في القاعدة الضرورات تبيح المحظورات عند الضرورة. قال الله تعالى إنما حرم عليكم الميتة والدم ولحم الخنزير وما أهل به لغير الله فمن اضطر غير باغ ولا عاد فلا إثم عليه إن الله غفور رحيم. وقد فصل لكم ما حرم عليكم إلا ما اضطررتم إليه. قاعدة ارتكاب أخف الضررين أو الضرر الأشد يزال بالضرر الأخف. Accept the lesser of the two harms. Another principle is the principle of public interest overrides individual interest. وقت المحن والشدائد لابد من إلزام نزوات العواطف بنزرات العقول وتغليب المصالح العامة على المصالح الخاصة. وقاعدة أخرى وهي قاعدة أصولية لا غنى لأي مسلم عنها وهي درء المفاسد مقدم على جلب المصالح. كان الطبيب في الماضي يلقب بالحكيم وهي صفة تشمل كل الأخلاق الحميدة لأنه كان يعالج مريضه ويتابعه حتى الشفاء، بل أن منهم من كان يشارك مجتمعه لنبله وإنسانيته بالأفراح والأحزان. وفي بعض الأوقات بعض الأطباء في زمن من الأزمنة حتى يومنا هذا تجدهم على أنهم بيتبرعوا بالأدوية أو العلاجات أو بيوصلوا مرضاهم في بيوتهم من غير ما ياخذوا أي أتعاب. Medical practice is therefore on top of being a career to make living is an act of worship and charity. Character of the Muslim physician من أهم ما يجب أن يتصف به الطبيب المسلم من أخلاق والتي ينبغي أن يتحلى بها على المستويين الشخصي والمهني هو الإخلاص في النية واستشعار العبودية ومراقبة الله عز وجل في كل أحواله. قال الله عز وجل وما خلقت الجن والإنس إلا ليعبدون. وقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إنما الأعمال بالنيات وإنما لكل امرئ ما نوى. يجب على الطبيب المسلم أن يكون قدوة حسنة. I cannot tell my patients to do something that I'm doing the opposite. ليس من المناسب أن ما يفعله ولا يفعله الطبيب لا يتم تطبيقه على نفسه في المقام الأول. قال الله تعالى أتأمرون الناس بالبر وتنسون أنفسكم. وقال تعالى كبر مقتا عند الله أن تقولوا ما لا تفعلون. وفي سورة هود إخبارا عن شعيب صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول الله تعالى وما أريد أن أخالفكم إلى ما أنهاكم عنه. من الأمور التي ينبغي على الطبيب المسلم أن يتحلى ويتخلق بها أن يكون مؤمنا تقيا مخلصا فقيها مهتما بأمر الدعوة إلى الله آمرا بالمعروف ناهيا عن المنكر أمينا متقنا لعمله مراعيا لله في السر والعلن. He should be an instrument of God's justice, shows forgiveness and not punishment, coverage and not exposure, tranquil as never to overreact even when he is right, chaste of words and even not when joking, tame of voice and not noisy or loud, neat and trim and not shabby. And here I return this statement to myself and my colleagues. You find nowadays doctors who meet their patients with their scrubs, as if they're wearing pajamas all the day. They are not well shaved, they are not well combed, and sometimes, unfortunately, their hair is made in styles that do not match really gaining the respect by their patients. Conductive of trust and inspiring of respect, well-mannered in his dealings and in perfect control of his calmness, never compromising his dignity, however, always be modest and forbearing. What is the reward for all that? Money? Yes, we might get money, but the hidden treasure is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قد يعتقد البعض أن العمل في المجال الطبي فشل ومضيعة وقت لسنوات العمر. نقرأ التالي في حديث عبد الله بن عمر رضي الله عنهما أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عندما سئل ما هي أحب الأعمال إلى الله ومن أحب الناس إلى الله، قال أحب الناس إلى الله أنفعهم للناس، وأحب الأعمال إلى الله سرور تدخله على مسلم أو تكشف عنه كربة أو تقضي عنه دين أو تطرد عنه جوع، ولا أن أمشي مع أخي المسلم في حاجة أحب إلي من أن أعتكف في هذا المسجد شهر. ومن كف غضبه وستر الله عورته ومن كظم غيظه ولو شاء أن يمضيه أمضاه ملأ الله قلبه رضا يوم القيامة. ومن مشى مع أخيه المسلم في حاجة حتى تتهيأ له أثبت الله قدمه يوم تزل الأقدام. وإن سوء الخلق ليفسد العمل كما يفسد الخل العسل. عندما يقوم الممارس الطبي بالمرور على المرضى هل يتذكر قول رسولنا الكريم من عاد مريضا أو زار أخا له في الله ناداه مناد أن طبت وطاب ممشاك وتبوأت من الجنة منزلا. وما من مسلم يعود مسلما غدوة إلا صلى عليه 70,000 ملك حتى يمسي، وإن عاد عشية إلا صلى عليه 70,000 ملك حتى يصبح وكان له خريف في الجنة. عندما قابلت المريض فابتسمت في وجهه هل تذكرت قول الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم تبسمك في وجه أخيك صدقة. عندما خففت عن المريض ألم أو عالجته بقدرة الله من مرض فهل استحضرت قوله صلى الله عليه وسلم من فرج عن مسلم كربة فرج الله عنه بها كربة من كرب يوم القيامة. ومن كان في حاجة أخيه كان الله في حاجته. عندما سعيت مع مريض في حاجته فدللته على مكان حاجته في المستشفى، الإكس راي ديبارتمنت، الأو بي دي، الإمرجنسي، اللابوراتوري، the way out of the hospital. عندما كنت تزاول عملك في المستشفى في المناوبة وتركت بيتك وأهلك هل استشعرت قوله صلى الله عليه وسلم في حديث عثمان ذو النورين رضي الله عنه أنه قال سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول رباط يوم في سبيل الله خير من 1000 يوم فيما سواه من المنازل. عندما حضرت محاضرة أو توجهت المستشفى بنية التعليم أو التعلم هل تذكرت قوله صلى الله عليه وسلم في حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال من سلك طريقا يلتمس فيه علم سهل الله له به طريقا إلى الجنة. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, for sure Islam as a rich scholarly tradition and culture has its own time-tested set of principles that can be successfully employed on day-to-day life accomplishments. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saeed. Thank you for the talk. Is there any question for Dr. Saeed before we conclude our session? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you again. So I think Ms. Maha Aqil kindly accepted the postponing of the lecture to be after lunch. So
yeah.
we are grateful to her because people are a bit hungry right now. So we would like to conclude this session, and we can say that returning from lunch will be?
We will come, inshallah, 1:15. 1:15. 1 hour for lunch and break time.
To begin with the lecture of
And
Ms.
then we
Maha
will
Aqil.
begin with the lecture with Ms. Maha. شكرا يا دكتور.
Yes,
جزاك الله.
thank you.
يلا بون ابيتي. طيب بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Let's resume our program. Still we have one lecture from the previous session. Now I'm going to ask our Mr. Chairperson, Dr. Ziad, to introduce our speaker. Dr. Ziad, اتفضل.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are still waiting for people coming inside to the lecture room, but we would like to use the time because we have a very interesting workshop, inshallah, concluding this day. I would like to welcome Dr. Maha Aqil to the stage. Ms. Aqil holds a bachelor degree in communications and a minor degree in business administration from California State University, and she holds 3 master degrees, mashallah tabarakallah, in MBA, and as well as also in communications and cultural studies from the University of Calgary, and Master of Art in Gender Global Politics from the University of London. A great experience. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Maha Aqil. تفضلي.
Back to work, everyone. I know it's difficult to come back from lunch and concentrate on work, but we will try. So why don't you first stand up, please, stretch a little bit, get moving, walk if you need, get some coffee, tea, chocolate. Personally, chocolate gets me going. But the food was great. Thank you very much. Thank you, definitely. So, chocolate all around. It's all on Faqih, on Amal in particular. طيب. So today, I'm sure we've had, as you listen to all the distinguished speakers that we had today, speaking about leadership, styles, problems, how to handle issues. Probably what you hear from me today is not all new, but we'll try to put it into context and think together about some of the traits and ways to inspire your group, your colleagues, your friends, and to get inspiration from your leaders. So, we will talk about what is inspirational leadership, why is it important, why do we need inspirational leadership, and who can be an inspirational leader, what are the traits of inspirational leader, and how to be an inspiring leader. So I want to start by listening to you first. What is inspirational leadership? Can I get some answers from the back, please? I don't want to hear from the big shots at the front. What is inspirational leadership? Think of someone. Thank you. Think of someone who inspired you. Could be from your family, from your school, from your during your career. What traits did they have? What is it about them that inspired you? What is it about them that made you want to follow them wherever they go? In some places, people would follow the leader to the place. It's not the place that attracts them, it's the people who work there. It's the leader who is there. They're the ones who inspire them and make them want to go and work there, right? So, I guess you're still recovering from the lunch. Haven't seen any hands yet. Any answers? What is inspirational leadership? Inspirational leadership is not a style of leadership, but a conduct. It's the way you handle a situation. It's using the right words, the right style, the right approach, knowing how to speak to someone, listening to them carefully, and we'll get to some of the styles and approaches on how to do that. So leadership is action. It's not a position. Leadership is not necessarily only the person at the top. It could be among your own colleagues, someone who really motivates you, inspires you by the way they are committed to the job, the way they do things, by the way they greet you in the morning, smile at you, help you through the day. When they see you feeling down and demotivated, they give you that inspiration, that push to continue. They show you the way on how to handle things. So it's not necessarily the position that motivates you, that is leadership. Everyone can be a leader. It is about finding ways to enhance the potential of those you lead in a way that works for them. Different people require different ways to motivate them. Not everybody is motivated the same way or inspired the same way. So you need to know the people in order to inspire them. And inspiring others to push themselves, achieve more, and reach that potential. Leadership is the capacity to translate vision to reality. Many leaders might have the vision, but unless they have the capacity to translate that vision to reality, it could only stay just a vision. So you need to have those capacities to be able to translate the vision into real action. Inspirational leadership is the ability to be a positive influence on those around you and motivate others towards success. So each one of you can be an inspirational leader and is an inspirational leader. The way you handle yourself, the way you treat your colleagues, the way you do your work to the best of your ability, you are an inspiration to your colleagues and to your friends. So why is it important? Of course, it's always important to have someone who inspires you to work, but there are some particular scenarios where it becomes very important and critical to have an inspirational leader. Those managing remote works. Today, everything is done almost remotely. You have meetings online. You have, from what I know, even surgical procedures now, right? Remotely. You have important conferences, you have workshops, everything now can be done remotely. So imagine how difficult it is when you can barely get people to be motivated and inspired, those around you. So imagine when they are even remotely, sitting in front of that screen, clicking away, probably distracted by many other things, maybe at home, distracted by other issues and problems. So getting the attention and to inspire those working remote in distant areas is even more difficult. Another scenario is leading with no direct reports. If you are leading a group, for example, in a project management, where not everyone reports directly to you. So you have a challenge of interacting with those who are not under your authority, but you still need to inspire them and motivate them to to achieve the objectives. Galvanizing a workforce during change. Among the most difficult times in any institution is during the change period. It could be introducing a new IT system. How many of us dread when they tell us, we have a new system that we will implement and you have to learn it? Oh my God, I still have to go through all that process and learn a new system. Many people fear change and resist change, in fact. So there'll be some resistance, objection, stress, conflicts. So you really need to inspire those people to come together and be part of the change, to accept the change and implement the change. So among the scenarios where it is important to have a leadership, inspirational leadership, is during these change period, change management, transitional periods from one situation to another. Another critical scenario is during driving performance. In the old days, the stress or the emphasis was always on performance, micromanagement, getting on time, leaving on time, regardless of what is being achieved. Now, this has transferred, this has changed to a focus on performance and leading that performance and owning that performance and achieving it. Employee engagement, very difficult, but very, very important to the success of any institution. You cannot have success unless you engage everyone on board, where everyone is involved on meeting those goals and objectives. And finally, self-inspiration. Okay, it's good that you are inspiring others, but you also need to inspire yourself so that you can continue being motivated and active and engaged with everyone. There are multiple benefits to inspirational leadership, including meeting the goals. You have the goals, you communicate them, and you tell your team what is it that we want to achieve. But if you don't inspire them enough to be involved, engaged, and give solutions themselves, it's not only giving orders, it's engaging, getting opinions, getting everybody on board. Also increasing engagement through activities, through showing interest and ideas about how to increase the engagement and reaching your potential. And committed employees. You wouldn't, Faqih wouldn't be the great place to work in unless all the employees are committed to achieving that goal. Congratulations to Faqih and to the leadership for achieving that. Getting everybody involved is the secret ingredient. Getting the commitment of the employees to reach that goal is what makes success. It's not just the leaders themselves, it's not just the management, but the whole team. So who can be an inspirational leader? Everyone. You can all raise your hands. Everyone can be an inspirational leader. It's not just the position, as we said, it's not just the top management. Everybody can be an inspirational leader. You can inspire your friends, your colleagues, your teammates on achieving the best that possibly can. So the key to inspirational leadership is awareness. Being aware of yourself and your colleagues, your friends, about strengths, weaknesses, what inspires them, what scares them, and how to motivate them. So awareness of who you are and who your team members are is important. And of course, inspirational leadership is driven by values. We will come back always to values being very important. Traits of an inspirational leader. They are calm in stressful situations. You don't want a boss who loses it, right? You don't want the boss, or the picture that Dr. Heba put of that monster yelling at everybody. You don't want that. It's important to have a leader who stays calm. Why? Because when a leader, you know that leader would accept bad news, let's say, or something that didn't go right, that they will take it calmly, digest the information, and come up with solutions. They will not yell. They will not blame you. So it's easier, if there's a problem, if there's an issue, to bring it up to the manager, to the leader, early on in order to address the situation, instead of waiting till the crisis happens and then everybody messes up. They show their human side. They show empathy. They show that they care. They listen very well. They don't hide their feelings. They show their feelings to a degree, depending on the situation and the kind of feelings that they should show. They listen very carefully. We'll always go back to the issue of listening. Listening is very important. You don't want to go to your boss and your manager telling them a situation or bringing up an issue up to them, and they're busy typing on the keyboard or talking on their phone or answering their WhatsApp. They listen. They listen carefully and engage. They are resilient. They are strong when there's a challenge, when there's difficult times. They learn from the situation, they come up with solutions, and they show the way to their team instead of hiding in their office and being sad and sorry for what happened. They show integrity. We always go back to the idea, to the core principle of integrity, being honest, being truthful. This gives confidence to the team that they know that they have a leader who will stand by them and will show the way and be honest rather than giving them false information, false hopes. And they develop talent. They can find who is best. They polish, as Dr. Amal once told me that she loves polishing or finding diamonds, right? Did I say that right? You polish diamonds. They bring out the best in people. They develop the talent. They're not threatened. They're not afraid that someone will take their place or replace them or outshine them. No, in fact, if somebody among their team is excellent in something, they're proud of that because they know they have picked the right person to be on their team. So inspirational leaders, they motivate each team member by modeling the skills, traits, and attitudes that they want the employees to demonstrate. They walk the walk. If you want these traits in your employees, you show them, you act on them. Positivity, always being hopeful, showing a positive attitude. Not necessarily hiding the negative things, but at least show the positive attitude towards handling it. Gratitude, always say thank you. Thank you when something goes right. Even when something goes wrong, thank you for showing me that something went wrong and we need to fix it. Gratitude and giving thanks to everyone in the team pays off in the long run. Curiosity, always asking how can we do better? What can we do best? What went wrong here so that we can fix it? What went right here so that we learn from it and develop it? Passion, again, passion is very important. Loving what you do, caring about it, caring about the people, caring about the place will always be reflected in the performance in the end. Integrity, again, we go back to integrity. Tact, knowing how to handle situation tactfully, using the right words, the right attitude, and talking about it with the right people at the right place at the right time. And having a growth mindset, always through thinking more, better, bigger, getting to the top position. Having a growth mindset will inspire everyone in the team. Oops. Sorry. How leaders both inspire and get great performance. You really don't need all traits. According to a survey done by Gallup, people said there were 33 traits that they found are common in inspirational leadership. That's kind of overwhelming when you think, oh, I need to have all those 33. No, you can only have one, but really focus on it and grow it. Because it's not just you, it's the whole team. Each one in the team have a particular strength, a particular trait, so together you make things happen. It's never one person that achieves success, it's the whole team. Your key strength has to match how your organization creates value. Your strength contributes to the core values that are demonstrated and promoted by the organization. And you have to behave differently if you want your employees to do so. You can't tell them to stop smoking if you smoke. You can't tell them that you need to go on a diet or to exercise and to eat healthy if you don't. And on. If you want change to happen, you make the change and you demonstrate it yourself rather than just talking about it and not implementing it. So we come to some of the important points here. How to be an inspiring leader. It's all in you. You already have it, but how to make it happen. Authenticity, being true, being who you are. You don't pretend to be someone else. You don't act differently in the office, and outside the office you're someone else. You are who you are, and people are inspired by those they know are genuine. They talk to them from the heart. They listen to them intensely. They see them as a genuine person, and they admit to their faults. If they have faults, they will say, I don't understand this, I don't know this, I need your help and support in this point. Approachability, being someone who you can approach. It's not a closed door administration, it's an open door policy. You feel you can go up to a meet and call and approach your manager, your boss easily, and they will listen to you. It's very important to be that kind of person who inspires others by being approachable. Role modeling. Again, the issue of being a role model to others. If you want inspiration in your team members, then be inspirational. If you want motivation, be motivational. Role modeling is very important. Active listening, again, we go back to the issue of active listening, really listening to the team and not pretend to be listening. Servant leadership, what does that mean? If you want to inspire someone, serve them, meaning making it the best environment possible for them to work and to succeed and to achieve. It's the best way to get someone to be inspired is to make the work environment very conducive, positive. If they have problems, they know they can approach and get solutions done, making it comfortable. You cannot continue badgering a person to work if the way that you treat them or the work environment that they work in is not suitable. How to develop this inspirational leadership skill? As I said, you all have it. How can you develop it? How can you make it happen for you? There are 6 possible ways. Get to know your team. Really know your team. Know what motivates them. Know what their strengths and weaknesses are. Have some fun. Have some social events to get to know your team members. It's not just about work. You can get more from your team, from your colleagues, from your organization, when you know the people on a people level and not just a job title. It's not, in some places they don't even know the name of the people they work with, because for them it's just the person who types things for me, the person who, no, get to know the person, really get to know the person. Knowing your teammates as people rather than as job roles and titles. Develop the core values and believe in them and lead towards them. These are examples of some of the core values in an organization, but every organization can have its own core values. Develop your core values with the team and inspire them to follow it and to be part of these values. Develop trust. Trust is very important. If you don't trust in your leadership, if you don't trust in your team and show that you trust them, they're not going to give you everything that they have. Be honest, think long-term, honor your commitments. These are all things that inspire confidence and trust in your team and in your leadership. Admit when you're wrong. Communicate effectively. Be transparent and truthful about the situation in an organization. Stand up for what's right. Show people that you care. Be helpful and supportive, and be vulnerable. Showing the weak side of you is not something bad. It means that you will get the support from those who have that strength to support you in return. Offer support. Always offer support, advice, guidance, assistance. When you support someone, they will support you when you need that advice, that guidance that you need when you have an issue. Take responsibility. Worst kind of management is those who blame. It's not me, it's them, it's that guy, it's her. That's the worst kind of management. Take responsibility. When something goes wrong, yes, yeah, I know, it's her. Take responsibility. That shows courage, that shows confidence, that shows that you trust in yourself and the abilities of others when you take responsibility, because that gives the confidence of your team in you. And finally, praise success. Leaders always give credit to the team more than they take credit for themselves. And when things go wrong, they take more responsibility of the thing that went wrong away from their team members. So always praise success. When something goes good, you will be surprised by how much people would go an extra mile to exceed expectations and to do more when you praise them and give them credit for the success. So this is, in a nutshell, the traits and the ways to inspire and to have inspirational leadership. It's not necessarily something that is completely new to you, but it's just putting it into perspective and some tips on how to handle it and to apply it to your life. Great leaders don't set out to be a leader. They set out to make a difference. It's never about the role, it's always about the goal. Having a goal knowing where you want to go, and inspire everyone to be on board to achieve those goals. And these are quotes from our great leaders, because they have set the goals and they have motivated and inspired the whole country to follow and to apply and to achieve these goals. هدف الأول أن تكون بلادنا نموذجاً ناجحاً ورائداً في العالم على كافة الأصعدة، وسأعمل معكم على تحقيق ذلك. معاً سنكمل بناء بلادنا لتكون كما نتمناها جميعاً مزدهرة قوية. Thank you very much. I hope I inspired you enough. Thank you again, Faqih, Care Group, and thank you everyone for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maha, for this great talk about inspirational leaders. Is there any question from the audience? Well, yeah, please, if there is, for Dr. Saeed.
Thank you. This is an inspiring lecture. You mentioned a couple of things. I was taking notes, actually. And you mentioned employee engagement. Employee engagement and it usually goes line in line with motivation. And I think the concept, the deep concept of employee engagement is not well understood by the management of many of the institutions. To them, employee engagement by definition is doing your work as per your contract. And this is not enough. This is not engagement. And taking the responsibility of the leaders to take the responsibility, they name themselves leaders. But when the problem ensues, they act as managers and they immediately go into the zone of blame shift. And praising success and listening. Actually, this drew my attention to the word that one day in a lecture, the lecturer was talking to one of our colleagues, and he told him that in Arabic, translating for everyone to hear me, he was not listening. He was hearing, but not listening. And there is a big difference between listening and hearing. And about walking the extra mile, I think few of us are willing to walk the extra mile without a price. Thank you.
Do you have any comment, Ms. Maha, about this? Please.
No, thank you very much, Professor Saeed. Excellent points. True. Some of the concepts that are mentioned, we hear them and we repeat them, but we don't necessarily apply them or really understand what does it mean to be engaged, to really listen to someone. To say that you're a leader, but when it comes to crisis situation, you go into micromanagement mentality. That's true. That's why it needs practice and it needs experience. So thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have 2 minutes, and being a moderator for such a session was, to be honest, a challenge. But I made some conclusive remarks for our 3 distinguished speakers. The first speaker was Professor Samara Saggaf. She spoke about the gender equity and female leadership in healthcare sector. And we saw that there is a big picture right now happening, and how females are empowered in our new era of our beloved country with the custodian, His Majesty the King, and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the great examples that we see right now in our leadership across the country. And the second speak was driven by Dr. Saeed Raha, was actually about ethical consideration and the ethical framework and how this will affect the leadership styles along with the next generations, and why we should know about our history so that we conduct our historical milestones, the great milestones in Islam, together with our presence right now in our leadership styles and how we see also the future. And we concluded also our session with Ms. Maha, with her great experience, long-standing experience in communication styles. And actually the most important topics that you have covered, that you clearly showed us that inspirational leaders are authentic, they are true, they are honest, they are the same either inside the office or outside the office, but also they are approachable. So we can reach them directly, almost within a day, and they do not hide away from ourselves when there is a problem right now, right? And they are good listeners, they are active listeners, they are not only passive, they do not only hear, they listen. And of course, as already illustrated by you and Professor Ayman Abdu, they are servant leaders. They don't only lead from their Al-Burj Al-Aji, they lead with serving. So they are servant leaders. So I hope that I made some conclusive of our three distinguished speakers, and thank you for an amazing, amazing session. Thank you very much.
The summary. Now it gives me honor to call Dr. Saeed اسمها دكتور أمل شيرة. تفضل يا دكتور زياد. We have a small best gift for all of you just to remember us later on. Now, dear friends and colleagues, let's continue our program, and it gives me honor to introduce the coming presenters. Actually, they are facilitators because we are going to start now the workshop. دكتورة سهى تفضلي يا فندم.
كيف حالك؟ الله يعطيك العافية، شو أخبارك؟ الله يكرمك ويعافيك. طيب, so we're starting our workshop. Sure. طيب, I have some good news and some bad news. تبي تسمعوا good ولا bad? الباد? We have 2 hours, 70 people. This course was designed for 3 hours and 30 people. It's like organizing Hajj, but we can do it. We have done Hajj for 1400 years, okay? So I need you to organize yourselves in groups of 7 on these tables. طيب, تبي تسمعوا good news ولا لا؟ طيب, خلاص. Groups of 7. Here, groups of 7. Here. Yalla, wake up. Hi. The two top line. 2 lines. Yalla. I know, but we need you there, not here. Yes. Go. Yes. التو لاينز اللي في قدام هذه اختاروا pick any table. يلا. Hey. You have to move this way. No, you have to move your table this way. So pick one of these tables. Yeah. ما في رافضين الخط الأخير ما نبغى فيه ولا أحد. يلا. يلا. يلا يلا يلا. Mix and match. Mix and match. Mix. It's 2 hours. It will pass. Does it? 7. Get introduced to each other and give yourself a name.
Okay. As a team.
And yes, as a team. Write it and post it here. Okay? 4, 2, 6. You're missing one person. Okay. Get introduced to each other. Give your team a name.
Any name?
Any name. And then just post it here. Okay? 3, 5. You're missing 2 people. Last table. 3 7. ممتاز. Can you come forward, maybe? I need 2 people on that table. You are 7 already? You don't want to move? Your friends or sisters? 3 6. طيب 3 ممتاز. سموا نفسكم اسم وحطوا الاسم هنا. يا سلام. سموا نفسكم اسم وحطوه هنا. أي اسم يلا. Name yourself and put your name here. Yes, for the group, for the team. Name yourself, put the name here. Yes. Name your team. Sorry, not yourself. Yeah. Ya salam. Can you put it here? Just write it and post it here.
Okay.
Give yourself a name, please, and put it here. Give the team a name, huh? Nice drawing, by the way. ممتاز. ممتاز. I need to see it بس. يا سلام عليكم. طيب ممتاز. We're good. Teams of 7. في a few violations. Let it pass, huh? No problem. طيب. Our good news يا جماعة, just to put your minds at ease. There are 2 helipads behind this building. طيب. If it rains heavily, we can get rescue teams to get you out of here. So don't worry about it. Take this off your mind, huh? So next 2 hours, just focus here. Tamam? Where did you park your cars? I'm not going to ask. طيب, inshallah, hopefully, inshallah, this one will be very nice and nothing will happen to anyone, inshallah. Hope everyone stays safe and this rain season passes away. طيب, I'm Sami Yusuf. I'm the CEO of the Healthcare Leadership Academy. I'm going to be presenting this workshop. Dr. Suha at the back. Dr. Suha? Dr. Suha Adloni is my co-presenter. And we're going to present this workshop in 4 sections. I'm going to present 2. Dr. Suha is going to present 2. And then we'll have an exercise, a team exercise at the end. Okay? The title of the workshop is Building and Leading High Performance Teams.
their table? You want them to go back? Go back to your tables. Okay. معكم دكتورة سهى عدلوني من أكاديمية القيادة الصحية. We are really thrilled and excited to be with you here today to present you our workshop, building and leading high performance team. So I hope that you enjoy the course, the workshop for today, because we want you to come with something new. We want to introduce something new to you. Okay, Dr. Sami.
Can you keep this one? This one is lighter. طيب, so first section is going to be about this is the code for the PDF material, right?
This is the software of the program. You can please scan it, and you will have
the soft copy of the program.
Yes.
So you can scan this and keep it at your mobile. And I'm going to show it again later at the end of the workshop, okay? So we have 4 sections, as I mentioned. Section 1 is going to be about understanding how teams work, team dynamics. Then we're going to talk about team dysfunctions. And then we're going to talk about maximizing performance. First one is about what is a team. So we'll learn what makes a real team. أحد يعرف what's a real team? Can you define a real team? I'm going to ask a lot of questions, Tara. This is not a lecture. This is a workshop. Anyone can define a real team for me?
Well, this is my own personal opinion. I think, in short, a real team is a family.
So it's more like a family. I heard something nice. Yes.
A team who have common goal.
Common goals, excellent.
As our group here, our name Warriors, the team, they are worry for everyone, for all. We are taking care for everyone.
Okay. So you're warriors that worries about each other. Okay.
I think the team when every team member is active.
Mumtaz.
Here also. Here.
Go ahead.
Motivate each other to achieve our common goal. Here,
Motivation,
please, here.
common goal, family.
Here.
Oh. You want to say something?
It's a group of people who work towards achieving a common goal. That's why our team called the Inspirers.
Type. So this brings me to another question. So what's the difference
Here,
between...
there is a comment. Here.
You want to say something about teams?
For success of each team, there must be a great or a professional leader. Without a professional leader, there is no success of this team.
So they have a leader, they have a common purpose. Go ahead.
If Mr. Turkey's team are the warriors, we are the builders. We build the team with unity.
Nice, we have competition now. That's excellent. طيب, ممتاز. So what's the difference between a group and a team? Anyone can? Okay. في connections, ties, structure. Okay. Anyone has anything to say about groups? What's a group? Huh?
Yes, they work together to complete the task. Group means they work together to complete the task.
Could be any task, could be anything. طيب, ممتاز. So, teams are the fundamental learning unit in modern organization. It's the rubber that meets the road, or rubber stamp that meets the road. Why is this important? All healthcare organizations are formed of what? Teams, صح? The building unit in healthcare organizations is a team. So we are a team of teams. If we have real team, if we have high performance teams, then we have high performing organizations. Do you agree or disagree? ممتاز. So you have to build the units to build the organization. So the stronger are your teams, the stronger is your organization. Because we're all are a big team, but we're a team of teams. So it's very important to understand how you can build a better team, a high-performing team, a real team. So in a group could be any number of people who have something in common. It could be people who are a group of people standing up in a line at the mall, a group of people who are taking the elevator, a group of people who are lifting or shuffling mud at the road. So groups are accumulations of people. Teams are different. Teams have characteristics. So we're going to take some of these characteristics. So just to compare both, so groups usually have one leader, independent individuals accomplish individual goals. They don't have a common goal in between them. And they produce their services or whatever they're doing individually, not as a team. While a team work interdependently. So they have interdependence. If you do not do your work right, I'm not going to succeed in my work. So each one of us depends on the other. They have a common project or service or goal. And yes, they should have one leader, but leadership could be distributed within the team. So there could be more than one leader within the team. Okay? And they have to accomplish a common goal. So this is the basic characteristic of any team. So before I ask this, there is a question that I wanted to start with that I forgot to ask. Who now thinks he's working in a high-performing team? Or has built a high-performing team? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so you think your team is performing at their best. So you should be teaching here. It should not be me standing. And this is one of the most difficult things to do in life. And you could have a real team, you could have a team that's norming, but a team that's performing at their best is something that's very hard to accomplish, takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. But it's good to see that there are people who got there, and I'm sorry, I'm explaining stuff that you do better than me. So we have working groups. We'll take the ladder now. So there are stages of teams. First stage is working groups. So these are people who come together, they share information, they have no goals, no accountability whatsoever. Okay? Could be international, local, inside the same organization. They are interest groups. Then we have pseudo teams. Pseudo team. These are fake teams. They look like teams from the outside, but they don't have the characteristics of teams. So they're not a part of a team yet, but acting like one, and they have no commitment. And they're at the bottom line of any team performance scale. And then you have potential teams. They have a goal. They're moving toward a higher level of performance. They have some level of accountability, but they're still not performing very well. Real teams, they start performing. They have shared responsibility. They have shared accountability. They have a goal. And they have the people in the team that they want and resources. So this is a real team. Goal, accountability, responsibility, common resources. Then at the top of the line, you have high-performing team. These teams are not just performing, they're growing, they're developing, they're learning from each other, they're achieving higher levels of performance. And they have commitment to each other. So they're accountable, responsible, and committed to each other. طيب. These like Navy SEALs. Do you know Navy SEALs? طيب. These are extremely high-performing teams. So does this explain the topography of teams? Anyone has questions about this? So can you categorize your own teams now based on this definition? Anyone who said he has a high-performing team wants to change their mind? No? Okay. ممتاز. You have Dr. Amal, you have Dr. Ayman Abdu, you have Dr. Anas Bana. You should be a high-performing team. يلا. طيب ممتاز. So عرفنا what's the definition of teams, pseudo teams, real teams, high-performing teams. الآن we want to understand what are the stages that teams go through. لو قلنا اليوم you have to build a team, you have to go through these stages. Everyone has to go through these stages. Are you familiar with the Tuckman model? Have you seen the Tuckman model before? Anyone who has never seen the Tuckman model? Up until 3 years ago, I've never seen it. It's not something that you should know about naturally. We don't teach it in medicine, but it's something good to know when you have teams. Okay? Right. So every team have 4 stages, and some add a 5th stage. So at first, you're going to start forming, so the team will come together. This is day 1, first time you meet. I'm Flan, you're Flan, you're Flan. What's your background? What's your background? Okay. Phase 2 is storming. We start pushing at each other. We start challenging each other, understanding how we work, what's your work style, what ticks you, what makes you happy. And then we start norming. It means we understand how we work together and we start getting actually work done. طيب. After that, then we start performing. So if we get past norming, then we start performing. Then we're actually doing our work at our best. And sometimes you have to go into adjourning. This is when the team is done, the project is done, the team is split, everybody goes back to their original position. So 4, adjourning is 5th. We're going to go through this into details because it's very important that you understand this if you're running a team or if you want to improve the performance of your team. So forming, now let's join the 2 scales together. You're probably still a working group. So you don't have common goal, you don't have responsibility, you just got together. Then at storming, you're a pseudo team. You don't have responsibility, accountability, and you just understand what's your goal, that's it. So now you have a goal, no accountability, no responsibility. And then you start becoming a potential team. At norming, you start becoming a real team. You have accountability, responsibility, and a goal, but no commitment to each other. When you go to performing, you start having commitment and growth and learning. You start really going to the next level. So this joins the 2 scales together. واضح? So you can do stuff at the forming stage, you can do the stuff at the norming stage. So أنا قلت لكم إنه everyone has to go through the stages, صح? But I did not say how fast. So sometimes you could get stuck at one stage. If you're a good leader, you're going to pass it very quickly. If you're a terrible leader, sometimes you never get past a certain stage. So you continue storming forever. Or norming forever and become a mediocrity or a mediocrity. And most teams never get to the performing level. So if you're, this is how This is important for leaders because there are ways to make this shorter and go through the phases faster. طيب, if you understand what's the hallmark of the phase and what's your role in it. طيب, do you want to stand up with me? تعالي. شكلك ضغط عليك الغداء. طيب. So خلينا نقول ايش الهالمارك حق كل phase عشان تعرف انت فيت phase. And then what can you do about it سواء as a leader or as a follower. تمام؟ So احنا قلنا sorry. The forming phase ايش مشكلتها دائما؟ The hallmark of this phase is what? You want to discover the boundaries of the team. You want to have interpersonal and you want to understand the interpersonal and the task behavior because it's all new to you, whether it's people or the task itself. And you want to understand relationships. So how do you build relationships? What working relationships are going to be here? What type of team is this? Is it a collaborative team, or is it a team that's going to push you to your limit? Or is it a competitive team or sports team? So this is the hallmark of the forming stage. I'm going to give you a case. I want each table to think about it for 2 to 3 minutes and come up with an answer. For the time constraints, I'm going to choose 2 or 3 tables to respond randomly. So no specific order. Could be warriors, it could be motivators, it could be any team. Clear? So this is the case. Faisal is leading a newly created task force consisting of himself, Ali, Salma, Ahmed, and Sarah. And they're about to meet in the conference team for the first time ever. طيب. So how can you help them do some team building exercises? And how can you help them build a relationship, explain what's the task force, and feel trust and build trust with each other? طيب. 3 minutes, the clock is ticking.
So is it clear for you what you need to do? So this team of Faisal, they have just formed, and Faisal has called his team for a meeting in order for them to set the foundation for the group and plan for their task.
Need an explanation?
So this is the first time they have formed. Now, we want you to help Faisal with a team building exercise or an activity to help everyone and to find their places in the team.
We're good, no questions?
Faisal is the team leader. And the second thing is to help the team to build relation. What are the ideas that you can come up in order for this team to have a good foundation as a forming team? You have 3 minutes to brainstorm within your team to come up with ideas for the forming team. Yes. Yes, in each table, brainstorm your ideas about these 2 questions. Help Faisal to building exercise or an activity to help everyone in his team to get to know each other.
هذا تيم الشباب. I'm rooting for this team. Huh? One minute to go. I have 3 themes in mind. Random teams, huh? Okay, time is up. Any volunteer tables before? Volunteers? Let's start here. Let's stop the discussion, please. Let's listen to the response. Hello, everyone. No discussion, please, خلاص. No discussion. Let's listen. Yeah.
Motivation team.
We are going to answer number 1.
First of all, we will gather each other. They have to do gathering with each other, then introduce themselves first. Then we need to know about the cultural background and academic background among all of them. Then also, they need to know, they need to have a knowledge about what's the purpose of the task that they are going to do.
Very good. Excellent. Any extra ideas? Yes.
Table number 2.
What's meta? Meta leaders. What is meta? What is meta?
Meta leaders, yes. They have the capability to transform into different shapes. Okay.
Okay, so we're the meta leaders on this table. So, as Faisal, first, a team building exercise or an activity. Okay, yes. I'd like to answer first the first question or the first requirement. Faisal should lead a icebreaker activity.
Icebreaker activity.
Yes. So that the mood of the team, because they don't know each other yet. Each individual doesn't know each other yet. So the mood of the team would be relaxed, okay? Any inhibitions or shyness within the team would disappear. And second is, let's have activity, like a moving table activity, that each of the individual would introduce itself to each other, show their strength or their strength and weaknesses and previous experiences, so that they would know and grasp each other, their capabilities and abilities. And that's how they build trust with each other. Thank you.
So we have two excellent responses from 2 different tables, 1 more table. At the back, yalla.
Hello. Yes, hi, good afternoon. We all agree with the 2 teams. They have a very good idea, and the idea of having actually icebreakers is really good. It's really about establishing link between each person in the team. And for us, in order to help Faisal with his team, first we need to identify the task. Engaging activities, icebreakers, it's already a plus in the group, in the activity. After we identify the task, we introduce the personnels, or the team should introduce themselves, their backgrounds, their experience, their education, their habits. From there, they share their ideas about the task. Then we link them to each other. For example, this employee has an experience with education. So we link her to someone who also has an experience with education. Through that, they can maximize their strength, they can maximize their experience, and the team will be more proactive with each other. Then we identify resources, and we engage everyone in the team. That's all. And by that, we build trust with each other.
Excellent. Excellent responses. So it's very clear for us at this stage, it's all about getting to know each other, building trust, and building connections, صح? So this is very important. The faster that you do this, the faster that you can go through this stage. طيب. So next stage قلنا And these are some tips for leaders and followers. So as a leader, can provide an environment that's suitable for introductions, can set a solid first agenda. Plan this meticulously. Don't leave it to chance. Put the agenda, provide the environment, make sure that you have the ice-breaking event activity ready. This is your chance to build a strong team. As a follower, and I'm sorry that we're using the word follower, and this is how it's said in literature. There are leaders and followers. If you go through the literature, this is always the naming for in any literature, leadership literature. But we're going to use correct scientific names. It could be team members, whatever you choose to call it. But here we're going to call it a follower. Follower has to understand, to give a chance for people to feel comfortable about this. He has to listen actively, and he has to maintain interest and enthusiasm. So keep an open mind when you're joining a new team. And show curiosity in other team members. Act like you want to know them better, want to understand them, you want to know what's their educational background, what are their social backgrounds, what are their interests, to a level طبعا. We don't want to get to an awkward stage of knowing each other. تعرفون ايش انواع الكونكشنز, human connections? انواع human connections او knowing each other. So a human and another human. What are the levels of connection that may exist? So there are usually 4 levels. You start from -1. So I know you by name or face, that's it. Or I see you in the workplace. Then you go to 0. 0, I know your name, where you work at, what's your professional title, and in which team you work. Or you could be a member of my team, but I know your name and title and everything. And then there is 1, which is, I know enough about you that I can tell if you're having a bad day or a good day. If your favorite team has won or lost. I can actually have a meaningful connection with you that influences your life. So this is +1. +2 is something that we don't want to do professionally, which is intimacy. So let's leave that outside. So these are the levels of connections that you might find. طيب. So قلنا stage 2 is storming. Storming, you begin to address the objective at hand, so the project itself that you're starting to do. You have ideas, and you have competing ideas from the team. You have egos that start to emerge, so I think my idea is better than your idea. I think I have more capability and skill than Flan. I don't think he fits in this team. And leadership is the most important thing at this stage. Do you agree? So what can a leader do at this stage? Let's take another case and see what we can do and how can we advise someone who's building a new team. أحد يبغى يقرأ لنا الكيس؟ تقريها
Okay, so Faisal, the same Faisal, he is in charge of a newly formed team, as we have seen earlier, who met last week and called for a meeting to follow up on the task. So he gave them a task and he called for another meeting to follow up on the task. But he discovered that the agenda from last meeting was not met and no plan is set for the task. Now, during the meeting, 2 members were accusing each others of responsibilities, pointing fingers at each others, and the other member were not sure what the tasks is about. They are not clear about the tasks or what exactly do they need to achieve. Now, our question for you, help Faisal to find out how to address the conflicts and set mechanisms for him to build the team. He wants to address the conflict, what is going on, and help the team members to connect to each other and to the project in order to perform. Now, this stage is very critical. They have to come out of it. How can we help Faisal?
Does this scenario seem familiar to you? Have you been through this scenario before? I think we have all been through it. So it's very important to know how you can deal with something like this. So, energize us. Yalla, you have 3 minutes to come up with suggestions and recommendations.
Achievers, you are achievers. Would you like to share with the rest of everyone? Yes. Let's give them 2 more minutes. Okay. Okay. I'm sure that everyone wants through storming, right? Yes. Absolutely. They know each other. Resolving conflict. Give a solution.
We can share it now.
One more minute. We'll give you a chance this time. Yalla. جاهزين? 30 seconds. Okay, who's ready? Ready? Yalla, go.
Hello. Okay. So from the team achievers, this is our...
The signal went this way.
Sorry. Okay. So first, Faisal has to enhance his capacity in his emotional intelligence as a leader. And he applies participative type of leadership. He welcomes ideas and appreciates feedbacks from all the members of the group. Next is, upon identifying all of this, he will apply the SWOT analysis, where each member will define the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Accordingly, Faisal will go back to the task that is assigned to each member and to assign the workload and delegate the workload according to the capacity of the team member. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, this is from Team Warriors. First of all, Faisal supposed to be has a good communicator between both, and he can contain both of them and listen to them to identify what's their understanding and to check what they have the difficult they need to clarify about it, because maybe they did not understand the task. And after that, they have to listen to them as they understood already their task, to come out with a conclusion and to make sure they understood their role.
So the number one job of a leader is to clarify tasks. John Walsh used to say that CEO is a chief meaning officer. You have to explain the meaning to people every day. Why are they doing their job and what's important about it. طيب جاهزين؟ Go ahead. يلا. ناخذ اثنين يلا. We'll exceed this time. We'll take 4 tables. Go.
So the first step would be to address the conflict, understand why it occurred, try to make peace between the two who were having the conflict, and to go back and remind the team of the main goal, to give them the energy again to start working on the goal. And then again, after going back, reminding them of the goal, dividing the tasks equally, you have to also ensure that each team member understands what their task is, again, by letting them repeat the tasks they were assigned, so that we are sure that there aren't any misunderstandings in the upcoming.
So you try to resolve the conflict by listening to both sides and reiterate and explain the roles and responsibilities. Go.
Okay, just was checking. I would like to add, after reassigning the tasks and helping them understand what they need to do, I would say for continuous results, give them KPIs, which are key performance indicators, so that they know what they will be, what's expected of them, and what they need to do, and how they will be subjected with the
expectations and deadlines. ممتاز. طيب, it's perfect. I think you covered every angle of this. As a leader, you have to address the conflict immediately. Do not let it linger. You have to understand what's the cause, sit with people, listen to them, address the conflict, try to resolve it as quickly as possible, generate win-win solutions. Make sure that you're not taking sides. If it's a win-win solution, then it's a solution that's worth doing. Assertive communication and building trust. Again, you have to continue building trust. Followers should generate ideas, use mind map tools to find better ideas, applicable ideas, encourage brainstorming in between them, and try to find better ways of work. How can we work together at this stage and get out of this conflict zone or the challenging zone that the team is going through. طيب, so you're a great leader. You have been able to go through this stage to the next stage. Your team now understands each other. They understand their ways of work. They understand their tasks, their assignments, their responsibilities, and they started norming. الآن we're treating patients. We're doing X-rays. We are, any other examples? We're doing financial analysis and seats. We are organizing home health care. Whatever task or service you're providing, it's being done, and it's being done to an acceptable level. And this is the norming phase. So the challenge in this phase is getting the team to agree with each other, improving trust, rules and values. Now you start building your team culture, their rules, their values, everything. And commitment to meet the goals and have a greater goal that we want to achieve together, and actually getting there. That's going to be a challenge. So finishing the project, giving a better patient service, meeting KPIs and standards. This becomes a challenge in this phase. Another case, we're going to go through this quickly. Now Faisal's team has got down to business. They had all been tasked with bringing a plan to meet their goal, and everyone was sharing their solutions with the group. Faisal encouraged everyone to speak up if they find flaws in their plan. When the Sarah pointed out a problem in the plan, he took it personally and started to interrupt Sarah, one of the team members. Help Faisal improve communication and help them fix the problem and improve their focus on work. Suggestions and recommendations. We're going to take only one or two now because we're pressed for time.
Okay. When things get personal, I think addressing it in public or within the group might make it worse. So if I'm to handle this, I will take each and every one of these, Ahmed and Sarah, each one, and talk to them individually, separately, trying first of all to contain the situation and to bring the ideas together, and then I'll bring them back to the team.
Taz, are you going to help Ahmed?
Yes, I will help Faisal. Yeah, sorry, I thought it's another. Okay, so, sorry, it's okay. So Faisal is one of the effective, highly effective team leader. So he needs to implement here one of the 7 habits of highly effective people. So one of the habit is win-win solution. So he needs to make sure that both of the team who have this conflict, both are going to be Sarah and Ahmed, they are going to be a winner. So maybe both of their suggestion is right, but maybe just to give them more explanation, inform them that one of the 7 habits is seek first to understand before you want to be understood. So let them know each other.
I completely agree with you. And this is both tables actually, excellent recommendations. Do you know when children reach 2 years old, they start testing boundaries. So they would see what would you accept from them. So if you accept that every time that they will cry, they will get what they want, it becomes a habit, right? So leaders have to draw the line somewhere. So whatever you accept as a leader becomes part of the culture. So if there are red lines or red zones that you're not accepting, you should not tolerate it, should not let it pass. At some point, you have to step down. And this is important for the team because this is what builds the culture. If they understand that this is something that's tolerable in this environment, they will do it and they will continue to do it. But if for example, we said, it's not acceptable for people to insult each other or interrupt each other. It's not acceptable to have racist remarks. If it's not acceptable to have delays in tasks, assignments, then it becomes part of your team culture. If you accept it once, then you have to accept it every time. True? Toda.
I think there is one very important point here, which right from the beginning, if the team understands that this is a work for the team and not for individuality, whatever is done is being done for the team, and the finishing of this is going to go towards that aim. So whatever sort of conflict comes in between, it is to be solved peacefully because it is not personal. It is a teamwork that is going to be done, and people should agree to it and do it right from the beginning.
Definitely. Definitely. I agree, but I want you to remember when bribery started, when bad stuff started in the world, there was a leader who accepted this behavior. Definitely. No doubt about it, and it became something that's normal for people. So values should be red lines, always. طيب, how can you behave as a leader? Take a step back, provide energy, provide enthusiasm to the team, and set your boundaries. Focus on tasks, Work together as a chain. A chain is as good as its weakest link. And most importantly, work together. Last phase is performing. The hallmark of this phase is interdependence. It's not independence. Interdependence. Competence, so everyone is doing their job at the best level they can. Collaboration and respect. So this is where you want your team to be at, right? Everyone wants their team to be in the performing stage. It takes time, it takes effort, and believe me, whether you've done it before or not, you're going to go through all of the things that we've said. Conflicts, problems between team members, unclarity, goals are not clear, there is no trust between team members, because all of these things takes time to build, and this shows how good a leader are you if you can manage to build all of this within your team and get here. طيب. So Faisal continues to have problems. So he had a very good flow to their work process. Everyone knew that they were doing, and what they were doing was, and knew who to get to for certain information. Faisal stepped back, trusting his team. He learned that Ali hadn't performed his responsibility and asked him why was that. Ali replied he was tired and he assumed the team would pick up the task. So they slipped, basically. They were doing very good, and then they slipped. So help Faisal to explain to the team their roles and how they should be working as a chain, and they're as strong as their weakest link, how they should pick each other up, and find a mechanism to address this challenge and sustain their performance to a high level. So now it's a problem of picking each other and maintaining the performance, because this performance requires work to be maintained, صح? So anyone has advice, recommendations? MashaAllah, you're winning achievers. Yes.
Yes, in order to help Ali for that, first I need to explain to the team their roles and define the responsibility for each of them. And also, Ali need to understand, or each member of the team need to understand that as he depends on the team to finish his task, the team also relying on him to finalize his task, because they are interdependent, as you mentioned. The team also should maintain the effective communication among each other in order to keep tracking the achievement or the achievement of each task, fulfillment of each task. Continuous feedback among each other that will help them to know in which stage they are currently.
Feedback is important. Communication and feedback. Okay, excellent. One more, we'll take one more and we'll close this session.
Okay, first of all, we have to validate with Ali what his problem was, validate if his excuse was legit or not. Once the team agrees that, okay, it was a legit excuse, then we don't need to give him any repercussions of his actions. Second of all, try to improve the communication between the team members, that if one of them is backing off or has a valid excuse, he should be able to endorse his task to another colleague who would pick up and make sure he would pick up behind them. So that we can all use the resources which are available to the team.
Mumtaz. So accountability is becoming a very present theme here. Accountability is important, communication is important, and collaboration is important. This is how you maintain your performance. And feedback. If you don't have these four, you cannot maintain your performance as a team. طيب. Support, mentor, coach, give them more resources, interpersonal trust, high-level analysis, perform your SWOTs from analysis from time to time to understand what are the new opportunities and threats to the team or the organization. This could help. So depending on everything that we've said before, if you're part of a team, tell us where are you in the stages.
Can you please scan the code and write your answer?
طيب خلاص, we need you all to be in performing, but we need to see it on the stage, on the monitor. So this is slido.com. This is
Just
number.
scan, please,
Just
the code
type the number and give us your
know
answer.
At which stage do you think you are right now? I've seen something I didn't see before. Okay, performing. How do the team function or the dynamic of the team? In every of these stages, in every stage of these stages of the team, forming, norming, performing, and storming, people usually behave in a certain behavior. And that was my question to you. What behavior do you see that let you call this team, address this team, whether they are forming, performing, and so on? So when the team is forming, the behavior that you see, that people usually are unclear, they are confused, they have low communication. When the team started to storm, the behavior of people or the members, the differences arise, and you see a lot of anger sometimes, you see a lot of emotions and uncertainty. When the team is norming, the behaviors that you see, that people have more confidence in each other. They are more clarified on what, how, when, what to do. And the relationships is very well settled. When the team moved to performing, you see the behaviors more of a commitment, they are more satisfied, and they are more proactive and creative. So, in other words, if we try to understand if this team is functioning effectively or not function effectively, what tool can we use in order to measure this team? There has been some tools, an assessment to measure the team functions. And this is one of the tools that had been used. It's called SCORE. S stands for cohesive strategy, C for clearance, responsibility, O for open communication, R is a rapid response, and E is effective leadership. This tool has been tried, and it gives like a glance on how is the team relating to these elements. Are they sharing the vision? Committed members? Are they having their challenges solved? Is the team autonomy well shaped? Is the team culture and their diversity well appreciated? And the competent team members, how do they solve their competency? And by score, they were able to measure the team function and effectiveness. Now, another way to look at the team functionality is to look at the opposite side. We know that the team is functioning, but what about if the team is not functioning? The scientist, Patrick Lencioni, he's a scientist and he had a research for several teams, and he came with his theory of 5 signs or symptoms of dysfunctional team. And as you can see, the 5 dysfunctional symptoms, they look like a pyramid. He resembled them in a pyramid. And he said the biggest base of the symptoms of dysfunctional team is what? Trust. So what exactly does he mean by that? Yes? Yes, exactly. Or in other words, he said that the lack of trust is the major sign for a team to dysfunction. Second is the conflicts. When the team members are having conflicts, this is another sign for the team is not functioning. And then next is the commitment. Sometimes you look at team and you wonder, they all look involved, they all look interdependent on each other, but you wonder, are they committed to what they're doing or not? If they're not committed, it will show a consequence immediately, and this team will never move forward. So commitment also is another sign for dysfunctional team. Accountability. What's the difference between accountability and responsibility? We always say accountability, responsibility, but when it comes to team, it's very important to address accountability. Are they the same? I think they're the same. They're not the same? What's the difference? You don't know. Give it a guess. Responsibility. I am responsible for my work, but then I say I'm accountable for my work. What does that mean? Mm-hmm. Sort of. Take the blame for what? For responsibility or accountability? Actually, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Responsibility, it means that I'm the team lead, I gave you a task, and you're responsible for it. Okay? Yeah, I'm accountable, but when I hold the task, now I'm accountable for doing it. I might be sharing it with someone, so both of us are accountable, but the leader has given to me this task as my responsibility. Yes, so accountability comes from inside. It's you, how much you feel that you're accountable for what you're doing. Responsibility is assigned for you. أيهما أقوى? Accountability. And that's what affects the team functionality. And the last one is the results, inattention to results. Inattention to results, it means that we all working as a team, interdependent, but when it comes to results and the outcomes, some members would feel that it's not quite necessary, whatever the outcomes are. So inattention to result will reflect back on the team functionality for sure. So these are the major 5 signs for team dysfunctions. I want you to watch this video.
So the
Sorry.
So the territory on this one is part familiar and part totally unknown, especially the data visualization part. These are the latest designs that I sent out yesterday. Thoughts?
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Communication, well, they are communicating actually. They are communicating, they express their opinion. But what about conflict, commitment, accountability? And one of the members also, if you noticed, she was silent and she didn't feel safe to express her opinion. So that also reflects on the trust. So all of the signs are here. Now we ask ourselves, what team leader can do about dysfunctional team? For you as a leader, what can you do about these? These are some suggestions, and I want to share it with you. When it comes to absence of trust, the leader wants to share the experience and backgrounds. He wants to dig deep inside to find what's going on with the background of this team. When it comes to fear of conflict, he wants to focus on the psychological safety. Are you aware of the psychological safety? It's one of the hot topics now. A lot of literature are talking about psychological safety. In brief, psychological safety is where people feel safe to express themselves in the workplace or any place. But since we're talking about teamwork, when you go to a meeting, you feel safe to express your opinion. You have a confidence to say whatever comes in your mind. You are not worried about what others think of you. And this is a main issue now. And it is valid and it is a fact. And one of the most important signs of fear of conflict, that people do not feel safe to express themselves. The lack of commitment is where the leader can clarify the SMART goals. For example, if we have a conflict, let's make our goals more clear. Communicate your vision, your values. Avoidance of accountability. What can the leader do about it? They can confront difficult responsibility based on individuals. So if someone is not feels that he is not accountable for his work, they can coach him and support him in order to move on. And in addition to results, what can the leader do about it? He can discuss the results transparently, and everyone can share it transparently. Again, feedback. Feedback is very, very important. And these are some information about the 5 dysfunctional signs. I think that you have all loaded the soft copy, and you are more than welcome to go over them. The absence of trust, what is the problem? The fear of conflict, the problem and the solution. Lack of commitment, the problem and the solution. And fear of accountability, inattention to results, what is the problem and what are the solutions? Any ideas? Would you like to share with us anything? Do you find these 5 dysfunctional signs to be true? Which one do you feel is the most? Fear of conflict. Absolutely. and trust. Okay, thank you so much, and we'll give the mic to Dr. Sami.
So this is a very nice book that you probably should read, called The 5 Dysfunctions of Teams. It's a huge book. So we just gave you a highlight about the book and what are the dysfunctions that you might see in a team and how to fix them. If you have time, read this book. If you are running a large team, read the book. I would recommend it. طيب. Types of teams, this is important. And we understand what's the definition of a team, what are the stages of building a team, what are the dysfunctions of teams, and we want to bring it down to reality in the healthcare sector, understand what are the type of teams, and what are the teams inside hospitals. طيب. أي أحد يقدر يقول لي what are the type of teams in hospitals? How can you categorize teams in hospitals? Nursing, okay. Medical, facility, medical, nursing, and facility, support service, specialist and consultant teams. What? Task force, committees, these are other types of teams other than the clinical teams, right? Medical, nursing, admin. Do you want to say something else? طيب, this is nice. طبعا, there is nothing right or wrong here. It's whatever is agreed upon as a classification for teams within our organization. But we want to talk about what's there in the literature and the science with studies. نتكلم عن categorization مختلف شوية. WHO has its own suggestions for teams also. Let's talk about teams in general. There are 4 types of teams in any given organization. I'm not talking about just healthcare, any given organization. There are problem-solving teams. So you create a task force to solve a specific problem. Problem is solved, team is gone. طيب. And you have cross-functional teams. This is very similar to what we have in hospitals. They're cross-functional. You have nursing, physicians, radiology, technicians, dietitians. These are cross-functional teams. طيب. And then you have self-managed teams. These are teams that plan and execute and do everything by themselves. They have complete delegation to do the entire service production by themselves, called self-management team. So if you have a factory, this is probably a self-managed team. They can do everything by themselves. طيب. And then now, after COVID, we have something called virtual teams. People who have different skill sets, who are in different parts of the world, they come together to do something specific. For example, create an animation or a movie. So these are virtual teams, or design a program. We actually use this a lot in our academy. So we have instructional designers in the States, experts in Europe, people here in Saudi Arabia working on the design of a program. They come together, they build the program, and they finish it. So these are virtual teams. طيب. So these are, anyone has any other category of teams that might exist? So general, wide. في أحد يفكر في نوع آخر? So this is talking generally. And let's talk about just with their characteristics. So problem solving, this is the most successful type of teams usually, well organized, ما عندهم groupthink, they have cultural diversity and stuff because they come from different backgrounds to solve a specific problem. Self-managed, whole product or process, plan the work, perform it, they do everything by themselves. Virtual teams, زي ما قلنا, different skill sets, they come together to finish a specific project or service, and they do it virtually. Cross-functional, They have agreed principles, they're interdependent, they share understanding and purpose, and they come from different professional backgrounds. طيب. This is healthcare. So healthcare, in any hospital, we have something called core teams, and we have multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and IPCP teams. طيب. So what do we mean when we say core teams? People who are providing the care, صح? So anyone who is involved in caring for the patient. This is our core business in hospitals. This is called core teams. طيب. And then you have multidisciplinary teams. طيب. These are people who are synthesizing and disseminating data, and they are accountable to self only. So these are multidisciplinary teams from different healthcare professional backgrounds. Interdisciplinary teams, no team leader, they're shared, they're interdependent teams. And IPCP teams involve patients and families. These are subcategories from the core teams. So multidisciplinary come from different departments, interdisciplinary, same department, and you have IPCP teams, which are interprofessional care practice, which is something recommended by the WHO, that you have patient representative, families, carers involved in your teams. So these all could be core teams, despite what type of service we're talking about. So you're either multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, or you're involving patient and families, or you're an IPCP team. Does this make sense? Right. Around the core teams, هيكون عندنا 4 types of teams. We have admin teams, support and admin teams. We have contingency teams, ancillary teams, and coordinating teams. صح؟ أحد يقدر يقول يشرح لي إيش معنى contingency teams؟ Contingency teams. You're close, you're close. Huh? I don't know if you can call that a contingency team, but it's probably yes. The most famous example is the code teams. Code blue team, stroke team, trauma team. So this is called the contingency team. So you call them when you need them. They're not a true team. Whoever is available or part of that team on call will come. They will become a team for like 1 hour or so, and then they dissolve. So it's called contingency teams. Support and admin, that's very clear. Support and admin teams. Coordinating teams are the operational management teams. And then you have the ancillary teams, which provide medical supplies and support and everything that's needed for the patient care activities. طيب. So what are the advantages of having a high-performing team? Whatever is the type of the team, and we want high-performing teams in every type of these teams. But what's the advantage? It improves patient safety to have a high-performing teams. It improves the level of innovation and creativity within your organization, because we said high-performing teams go into growth, proactivity, and they start innovating, صح? It improves your clinical practice. These people understand their goal, understand their task, and they're doing it correctly. So our goal in hospitals is to cure disease, right? And take care of patients. They immediately improve your quality within the hospital if you have all high-performing teams within your hospitals. And reducing errors, which is something very important. So if you have good teams, if you have high-performing teams at each level and every level within your organization, then you have a high-performing organization, then all of these will go down. So it's very important that we think about teams as a building unit within our organization, and we try to improve the team. This is the unit that you want to improve within your organization. Not individuals only, teams. This is your working group. Your cells, if you're a body, this is the cell that functions within the body. Or maybe better, we call individual cells and teams organs. Does it make sense? So, within teams, you're going to have different types of individuals. So you have someone, there's always someone who thinks we are doomed. There is someone who's very optimistic and think we can do everything. There is someone that's very realistic and will tell you all the obstacles and the problems that you're going to face. And there is someone who's always thinking about disasters. So what if this happens? What if we die tonight and we drown and there are no cars tomorrow and electricity shuts down? So there is that person within every group, and team. Okay. So to understand your team role and what type of person you are, this is one of the most famous classifications called the Belbin team roles. This will tell you where you're at. I looked at it, I understand where I'm at. Probably you can look at it and understand what type of person you are and what's your team role on the left. So are you good as a coordinator or good as resource allocator or what? So read it. I'll give you a minute to read it. And if anyone discovers his team role, please let me know. If you go online, there are so many tests that tells you that you can take and tells you what kind of a team player you are or a team member you are. Yalla, who wants to share their type? What do you think is your type?
Okay, so my type is, let me go for paper.
Are you think or action or people? People. Coordinator or team worker or resource investigator? Team worker. So your contribution usually is to be cooperative, give perspective, be diplomatic, listen, and avert friction. You're very polite, huh? And your weakness is indecisiveness in critical situations and avoiding confrontations. Okay, it's helpful to know that a team complement each other. So different members will have different qualities that complement each other. The important is the sum of the parts. Okay? The sum of the team. So there are people who are good under pressure, people who are not good under pressure, people who are organized and good thinkers and can allocate resources, can negotiate stuff. So think of yourself as a unit, not as an individual. Anyone has a specific role in mind? Do you know what's your role? Which one? Huh? Implementer, IMP. Excellent. So you're practical, reliable, and efficient. But you're sometimes inflexible, right? Okay. أعطونا واحد أخير يا شباب من هنا. واو الوقت تايت. عطنا.
أنا؟
Where are you في السكيل؟
والله ممكن team worker. بس it's يعني I think everyone has a mix of everything.
طلعت في characteristic. Does it fit you? Okay, excellent. طيب, we have another poll here. So just tell us what type of team are you working in currently? Is it cross-functional, problem-solving, self-managed, or a virtual team?
And just for the sake of explaining the type of team, problem solving is the team that are, for example, within the same department, they have regular meetings, they are well managed and organized. Cross-functional is such as the multidisciplinary team. What else? Virtual team is the team that are distant geographically. They have different skills. And self-managed team that is focused on the product and process planning and in order to perform tasks.
I see you're all from administration, huh?
Problem solving, 81%. Usually the problem solving team is a very well organized team. You are. 65. They changed their mind. ما في virtual. زمان كان في virtual. دحين ما في.
Back to you, Suha.
All right.
طيب الله يعطيكم العافية. Now we'll go to Suha again.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. So we come to our next part and the last session, which is about maximizing your team performance. So we identified what is a real team from none, what are groups, and we looked at the performance of each of the stages of the team. We looked at the types of the teams, and we said what are the signs of functioning team and the behaviors. What are the 5 symptoms of dysfunctional teams? This all lead us to a question where we want to maximize our team performance. First thing, let's look at our culture. Team is, the functionality of the team is the mirror of the organizational culture. How is the team functioning? What is the dynamic of the team? Will reflect on the organization. And as my colleagues have said earlier, organizations' sign of success, it's not due to the individual works, it's due to the team. When the team success, this will reflect on the organization's success. So sometimes, if you agree with me, you would look at an organization and you say, oh, the culture looks wonderful. It's a successful organization. But if you look deep inside, you see other things. So how can we recognize what's going behind what is observable? This is a nice way to look at the team culture. You all know the symbol of the iceberg, right? So what do you usually see from the iceberg? Yes, exactly. You see the tip of the iceberg. And this is how we see the organization. We observe behaviors, we observe how people are dynamically working, we observe the outcomes, the service, the products, but what goes beneath is something else. Or this can be the opposite, actually. We feel that the organization is not successful. They are not coming together as a team. So if you look at the root of the iceberg, there are other signs that you need to look for, such as the values. What are these individuals hold for each other as a values, or their individual values? What are their feelings? Do they have conflict, conversations, difficulty in communicating to each other? What are their beliefs and assumptions and attitudes? All of this will result in the observable behavior, which is the culture of the team and the culture of the organization that you see. In order to understand our culture better, we need to look deep inside the root of this iceberg and understand our challenges. Definitely there are challenges. So we need to focus on these challenges in order to understand how to make the best of our culture. Now, Amy is a famous researcher. She came up with she's the founder of psychological safety, and she has a lot of literatures about psychological safety. And I wanted to bring this to you to draw your attention that psychological safety is one of the most important factors that reflect on the individuals, that the individual reflects on the team and reflects on the bigger image is the organization. This is an essential element, the psychological safety. And the psychological safety, once it is there, once it exists in any organization, you will see that the whole team are working interdependently. You will see a better structure and clarity, and the working together has more purpose and more meaning, and it definitely has an impact on overall results. So again, I want you to tell me in one word or two words, how would you maximize your team performance? What is your perspective on that? Your ideas around that? How can you maximize your team performance? One word, two words. شو رأيكم? Give us your ideas. Just scan the code and write your answers. Commitment. Reward. Open communication, delegate. Interesting. Feedback, inspire. Mentoring. I want to see more. I'm waiting for something. Trust. Motivate. See? So this is the most common answer among all answers. Motivate. Influence, inspire. Still motivate is one of the most important elements to maximize your team performance. Let me ask you a question. Do you know how many types of a motivation, of motives are there? Easy answer. Yes, intrinsic and extrinsic. So what is the intrinsic motivation?
The motivation coming within you. Yeah. The external motivation come from outside, extrinsic.
And which one is more difficult or more challenging? The intrinsic, the inside motivation, or the outside? More challenging. Inside. Why do you say that?
Because you can motivate someone or try to motivate someone, but if the motivation is not coming from within himself, it's you cannot achieve anything with it.
Does anyone disagree? Anyone thinks that the extrinsic motivation is more challenging? Actually, both answers are correct, but according to studies, it was found that the intrinsic is extremely challenging. Finding the motives and enthusiasm within yourself is not easy. And that's what people usually tend to do at workplace. They keep blaming the environment, the workplace, the culture, the boss, the colleagues. Whether if you think that the motivation coming from inside, things can dramatically change around. Encourage and synergy. Okay, so I don't know we have time for this, Dr. Sami. We have 30 minutes. We have a wonderful exercise for you. It's about SCORE. We talked about SCORE earlier. It's one of the tools that we use to measure the team functionality. Would you like us to carry this exercise together? Okay. Where is the motivation? Encouragement.
Extrinsic motivation. So this is the last exercise of the day. We'll give you a scenario. You'll work together as teams. And then we're going to score your performance as a team from your answers.
We're going to score you.
Not this team, of the imaginary team that we're talking about, okay? And this is the scoring criteria. Khalas, don't show it too much here.
All right. So this is your last day, your last session. So let's make it the best.
So
all
this
right?
is the case. Do you want me to read it or تقريها?
Yeah, sure. So we have a case. Let's look at it and think of the mindset of a team. You are a newly formed problem-solving team to initiate an ICU service in the new hospital. All right? So what is the purpose of this exercise? The purpose is to practice a team building activity through SCORE elements that we talked about earlier. We're not going to divide you. The basic idea was to divide you into groups so you can stay within your own teams. And we're going to assess your dynamic within the team and the way that you communicate with each other. We're going to observe you. We're going to give you rounds. So in the first round, so here's the scenario. The higher administrative of a hospital, he decides to hold a meeting for the problem-solving team, and all members attending the meeting need to decide on the following agenda. So take a few minutes to think about this agenda. Who should be in the ICU service? What are the goals of this team? And how should roles and responsibility be established? So you are a problem-solving team, and the administrative wants you to meet in order to decide on these 3 points. Come on, team. The administrative is waiting for you. Actually, I'm just delivering what the administrative wants. So I don't have any messages from the administrative. We just want you to think of these points for you as a problem-solving team about forming an ICU service. Who should be in the ICU service? What are the goals of this team, and how should the roles and responsibility be established? Yes.
Setting an ICU in the hospital or a service in the ICU?
The administrative told me not to give any information. He said that you are the problem solving, so you figure out. All right, go ahead. في كمان الميتا leaders.
We need to analyze how are we planning to do. We will have the plan, analyze and evaluate. All these 3 steps we need to plan, analyze and evaluate. share the purpose, identify, plan, analyze and evaluate. Delegate task force.
Delegate task.
Task force, that means temporary. Task force is temporary to achieve a common goal.
Identify first the task, then
Identify, then
identify task and give the role and responsibility to each member.
do, plan, do, act. Plan, do, check, act.
Set goals. Task.
Plan, do, check. Implement the plan. Plan implement ചെയ്യണം അതിന് ശേഷം evaluate the outcome.
Implement the plan. Delegate the task.
Delegate the task.
لا first in the implement في كمان delegate the task to each member and
Implement and follow up.
evaluate feedback, get follow up and feedback.
Patient, multidisciplinary and the patient.
No.
So what are the goals of the team? We need to share the purpose and we need to articulate values.
Save lives.
What are the goals?
What are the goals? Goals of the teams?
What are the goals?
Goal to make the ICU, sir. Goal to make the ICU settings, isn't it? ICU settings are there. Our goal is to make an ICU setting in the new.
Are you ready? Yalla, let's hear your answers, meta leaders. Who should be in the ICU service?
Yeah.
The CEO is waiting. He wants to hear your answer.
Okay, so first, for the who should be in the ICU service, of course, you have to set up your manpower, which includes your physician, your director, the nursing and medical admin, nurse managers, chief nurses, staff nurse, and your porter, because they are part of the team.
Okay, let's look at the second answer. What are the goals of this team? Yes.
Okay, so the goal of this team is to, maybe our goal was different, okay, to start like an ECMO service in ICU. So our goal is to establish ECMO service by the end of first quarter 2023.
You all share the same purpose? Very good. What about you? How should roles and responsibility be established? Okay, would you like to share with us? How should roles and responsibility be established?
I think at the first we need to set the goals. So we will assign, we will know what's the indicators that we are going to follow and what goal we need to be achieving by the end of the year. So I think by knowing what indicators we need to achieve, according to that we are going to set the responsibilities to each team.
Anyone would like to add? Yes.
So for who should be in the ICU service team, of course there will be the ICU consultant and specialist or residents, along with the respiratory therapist, physiotherapist, nutritional support and clinical pharmacology. And of course, one of the main components, the nurses, who always help us to do our jobs. Everyone should be doing their jobs as their specialties, as their levels. The main goals of the team should be to decrease, minimize morbidity and mortality, improve patient experience and improve the quality of care, and decrease the days spent in the ICU by increasing chances, stabilizing the patient, increases chances of recovery and discharging the patient.
Excellent. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful team. Okay, we'll move to the other table. You have something to add? Would you like to add anything? Okay. What about you? Would you like to add anything?
Who should be in the ICU service? We include multidisciplinary team members, including physician, nurses, other team members, RT, everyone. Our goals are here: improve and promote quality of care and patient safety, improve patient and staff satisfaction, and decrease the length of stay of ICU stay of patient. Then how should the roles and responsibilities are established? We will go through the task force activities, and we will use the quality improvement methodology, PDCA. No, I mean to you.
That's why. Okay, she knows the answers. Okay. So let's look at round number 2. Now, this same team, the problem-solving team, after 2 weeks from the first meeting, few members came back with ideas. Others didn't show any interest. Others were unclear about the goals of the ICU team, and some did not attend the first meeting. So today, you are meeting for the second time. This is after 2 weeks. Communicate about these findings. Identify the problem or the problems, and recommend a solution for the problem. Briefly. What do you think about these findings?
I have one ready group here. Can they go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the round 1. Okay, so if you are talking about creating a team, having a goal, and the responsibilities. So our objective was to implement ECMO service in the ICU, within ICU. So to create teams, we have a team, medical, nursing, respiratory therapist, perfusionist, laboratory, supply chain, insurance, pharmacy, risk manager, and human capital. So our goal was, number 1, to reduce mortalities of patients with COVID, because ECMO is really needed for such patients. Number 2, to establish ECMO by the end of first quarter 2023. So we have a timeline to achieve the goal. Now, if we are talking about roles and responsibilities, risk manager to identify the risk and benefit of implementing this service within the unit. Also to conduct the SWOT analysis. Then we have our HCM to prepare manpower needed to implement a new service. The team leader, identifying a team leader, which is the intensive visit, to create a scope of service for the service and the unit, policy, protocols. The team, also the nursing team, work with education to prepare the competencies. We all have our values, the organizational values, plus our core competencies. Then we have our biomedical department to provide the necessary equipments needed for that. Then bed availability, we need to have a dedicated bed, and we need to have a dedicated code to build the service. So we have the insurance team so that no financial loss. So what else? We have infection control, because ECMO patients can get infections. And we have weekly meetings during the implementation. Then if everything going well, everybody is doing their role, we can reduce the number of meetings to every 2 weeks, then can be every month. Then we can have, monitor the indicators, how many patients are having mortality after implementing the ECMO.
Ooh, great. You do work in the ICU,
Wonderful
right?
response.
You work in the ICU?
Yeah.
Okay, these are the answers
I
for
would
the
like
first
just
round.
to challenge one
Sure.
thing. Your whole response was wonderful. I would like to challenge the goal. So you went into operational KPIs, but what's the overall goal from this team? What do you want to do? What was your task? So the goal should be related to that. So what kind of service do you want to implement? So ECMO is part of your service, huh? Of an ICU service. You have adult, you have pediatric, you have neonates. Exactly. So your goal is probably something bigger to establish. Yeah. So to provide all intensive care services for pediatrics and adults in our hospital with an excellent standard of care. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone have answers for round 2? The difficulties with this team who did not attend the first time and who doesn't have an interest to show up. What about these findings? Who would like to share with us? Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So in our team, in the next round, we have here that others were unclear about the goals and some didn't attend for the first meeting. So on the second round or meeting, we should again remind or we should review again what are the team goals, and we should ask them or encourage what is the problem. We have to identify what is the problem, where is the loop, and then we have to acknowledge the problem. We have to ask as well our team members for their suggestion, since we are there to lead them, we are there to mentor them. They are the frontliners. They are the one who knows what's best and the answer to that problem.
Wonderful answer. So what do you think going on with this team now at this stage? What kind of a stage is this? Storming, absolutely storming. So if you notice, the question goes all around identifying what the problem is and communicating these problems in order to come out of these challenges. I don't have the remote, so anyone would like to add anything else? Let's look at round 3. After some struggling with the problem-solving team for 3 weeks, finally the team was able to establish a strategy for the ICU team. But now members are bored with the conflicts, demotivated to carry on the discussions and meetings, unclear about the team leader or facilitator, and when and how to communicate. I want you to notice something. Although that we said that the team, high performance team, they go through stages until they reach the performance, but this does not guarantee that they can go back to storming. Although that they are performing at one point or another, with the challenges emerging every now and then, they can easily go back to storming for these signs or for other signs. So what do you think the findings about these challenges? Would you like to share immediately? دكتور إيش رأيك? Some are bored with the conflicts coming up, some feels demotivated, and others feel unclear. What's going on now?
Yeah, I think what is going on is this should be communicated and then identify the deficiencies immediately and then take quick action to correct them so that they should not do any detrimental work to the ICU work which is being done immediately with the authority in the institution. This is by communication, I mean, once these are identified, then whoever is responsible there should straight away take this and not go through the routine work. These are things that should be done there and then so that they should stop any deterioration in the work. We want to no, we will have to sort of, the team that is doing the work will have to identify these things and explain it, and then have a feedback from them immediately, and then he will have his own thought about it. Then immediately he takes it to the top level so that it can be solved immediately there and then, so that it should not lead to any deterioration, and to improve the outcome of what is going in the direction.
Listen, this is what you listen in order to have the correct feedback. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
So first, we identify the problems. There is a problem with the commitment and interest from the staff. There is no support. There is unclear communicated roles between each other, and there is a break in the communication. So to solve these problems, we need a rapid response and effective leadership. We will have, like, for example, mandatory attending of everyone to be involved and engaged, setting clear roles and engage everyone in the team, to open to suggestions and ideas to bring back the motivation to each of the members of the team, and let everyone understand each roles and responsibilities so that each responsibility will be carried out well, and evaluate these responsibilities and roles afterwards.
Thank you so much. If you have noticed how many times we repeated the word communication, feedback, so it is the key.
You need to celebrate the success each step, then only staff will have the motivation.
Can you explain?
And reassign the role. Maybe some staff, maybe they don't have much interest, maybe who are the people. So we need to understand each team members, what is their capabilities. Accordingly, we need to reassign the task, but the common goals to achieve what our goals.
Absolutely. Their skills.
Yes.
What are their skills? What are their abilities?
Yes,
Totally
true.
agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Ready? We want to hear from everyone. We have 5 minutes,
Yes.
but we have...
For our team, we have identified that with the problem, our findings are the problem is that the team or the members have reached the sense of normalcy, the norm, and some members have already lost their goal, or also are afraid to communicate, and then some of the members also lost their purpose or the goals. And because of this, there is also some miscommunication and misunderstandings between the roles and responsibilities of each members. So for this one, the solution is to reestablish a sense of accountability and responsibility, encourage an open communication where they will be, where the members will not be judged, and reestablish their goals and create a time frame so that they will not be lost with this goal as well.
Absolutely, thank you. Do you remember the first definition of team? What was the definition? Definition of a team, differentiated from group. Common role and another key word. Commitment.
There will be common role.
There is a key word I'm looking for. interdependent. So they all work together. At the moment that they start thinking selfish or they work as individuals, this team will never move on forward. Yes, absolutely. No commitment, no accountability. Absolutely.
You already shared?
All right.
حطيتوا رأيكم في آخر سلايد؟ ها؟ تحلقني دحين ها؟ طيب. Okay.
So round 4. Congratulations. Okay, problem-solving team. The administrative is very happy with your performance, and the team autonomy is very obvious. You have solved all the problems. He wants to learn from your experience as a team. Therefore, let us know what is your reflection for the COO. Now, tell us, what were the challenges for this team, and how did you overcome these challenges?
How about we make this about the workshop, about the past 2 hours? So what did you learn?
Yes.
How are you going to apply this to your work? Table by table. So let's start from here.
Identifying the goal clearly, one, and yes, leadership really plays a big role. Okay. Second is you really cannot achieve your goal unless you have a effective team with you. And communication. To have an effective team, communication is very important. That's it.
Absolutely.
And one more thing, also because you've touched the psychological safety, okay, it's also important because being safe every time a staff or a member or of a team, whatever their ideas or their comments, it's also important to let them feel safe, how to share the ideas. That's it. Tomorrow? I was about to answer you, I'm going to sleep the whole day. I would I think I'm being reminded to have a positive environment in my unit and to encourage them to be more open about their ideas and let them feel that they are safe about their ideas.
Thank you so much. What is your impression
About the course.
about the course?
Yes, we are working as a team since how many years, but today we learned about what is all about a real team and how to come up with a real team, the stages of the team, and what are the signs and symptoms of a dysfunctional team, so that we know where to push, give more attention, because we learn what are the signs and symptoms. And not only signs and symptom, action for each symptom. So if the problem is the trust, you have an answer, what we can do. And I think this will be a great learning experience to go back and review our own team to see where we need to improve.
Thank you so much.
We can recommend this workshop again for another.
We strongly recommend this workshop to the rest of the team in the hospital.
You must be from the training department.
Go back and use your score, huh?
If you're from the training, you will recommend it. I know this for sure.
Hi. Hi. With this course, with this activity, each of us, we are in a different area. So in this course, we were able to share ideas. We listen to each other's ideas. We combine it so we can give an answer that it's appropriate and common for all. So we all know that as a team, there will always, a team doesn't start with an I. It will always be as we as a team, because we achieve a team, and one goal for us.
Thank you. Anyone would like to share with us what did this course has an impact on his creative ideas, workplace? What did it leave as an impact? فريق Energizer. لازم.
So what we learned today, to have a success team, we have to improve the communication skills, time management, conflict resolution, employee engagement, and motivation and influencing others. So we can achieve, and also additional to the feedback. So each other will understand what we are seeking to achieve. And once we understand each other, so with the cooperation and with very good communication skills, we can achieve the common goal that we are looking for. One thing, team building. We will have yes. We have planned.
Excellent. Okay, to start up a team, you have to do a tremendous work. It's not an easy process, starting in one day. You have to form your team and storm the team and norming and go performance to high performance model. So if you reach to that level, you can achieve your vision easily. But the most important thing is startup from forming. If you choose the right team and the right person and you distribute the responsibility for each team member, you can succeed. Perfect.
I guess what I have learned what we have learned today, for me, as a leader or as a member, either, before you give or start anything, you have to reflect it on yourself first. You have to know the goal properly and clearly in order for you to relay a clear message or goal to your team member. Otherwise, even how many times you will review to them or let them know what is the goal, if you yourself doesn't know the real goal, you will fail. And eventually the team will fail.
So you can now build your own chart and understand what's the goal and objective.
Yes, sir. And we can start the synergy.
One thing you would do different on Sunday?
As a new appointed, not new, a few months from being in the position, this workshop for me is actually an inspiring one, since honestly, to be honest, I am not really aware of all the things that I have learned for today. So one thing that I will do when I go back to the unit is share the information, because as for today, this symposium told that not only the managers and those who are here are leaders. So the information that I will be sharing will also be, I will impart this knowledge to those who will be the future leaders also of the organization.
Everyone should be a leader.
I think for me, as a leader, as a nurse leader, the good thing to share on Sunday is about the psychological safety. We know in Dr. Suleiman Faqih Hospital, we have what we call just culture. But again, we have to let them speak freely, and we have to let them know that we are a blame-free environment, especially the SFH. Thank you.
Thank you. You're done?
Also encourage you to read more about it if you're interested. There are a lot of good studies about psychological safety and the impact.
Let me talk what I will do. Actually, today this symposium really helped us. Exactly, we are attending many. Sure, we are waiting for that. Exactly today activity, actually we are part of many task force activities, and really these 4 stages, forming, storming, norming, and performing. These stages really get ideas to us, each steps what we need to be done. And it's for our future task force, we can use these 4 stages, and it's really was informative.
Thank you so much. Dr. Sami, I would like to add a closure word. I remember earlier when we started talking about team, Dr. Sami asked all of you, what do you think of a team? And someone say that it's the responsibility of the team leader to empower his team. Well, that's unfortunately not true. What we were trying to deliver the message for you that each one of you is a leader in the team. The team leader, if he exists, he's only there to give you the goals and follow up on your task. But since you are working in a team, you are accountable for what you're doing. Therefore, you are a leader by nature in this team. I wish you all best of luck, and I hope that you enjoyed this course as much as we enjoyed it. Dr. Sami.
Good luck. I know this has been a long day, but it has been a real pleasure to be with you for the past 2 hours. Thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sami and Dr. Soha. May I ask you just to come to the stage? Dr. Amal, would you please come? We have a small memory just to go back to Riyadh with this memory, which we want to thank you about all your effort. Jazakum Allah kull khair. And I got a very positive feedback from all our nurses leaders that this workshop will be recommended and repeated. صح يا جماعة؟ إن شاء الله إن شاء الله.
Thank you, Dr. Sami. Thank you, Dr. Suha. You are truly leaders who inspired us and guide us through this nice journey. Dr. Sami, Dr. Suha are from the Healthcare Leadership Academy, and they promised us to be our partners in our leadership journey.
Dear friends and colleagues, officially, it gives me a pleasure to officially close the first Faqih Annual Congress. Thank you very much for all your great attendance, and it's a time to celebrate, and congratulations for all of us.
Congratulations and celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love with me.
Come to the stage, please. Come.
Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that want to